I've had so much fun designing my latest doorstopper for you. This is the Squashed Cow Doorstopper. It was inspired by the image of a cow reaching through a fence trying to get that little morsel of grass on the other side. So I made a little piece of grass to go with it. I'd like to show you some of the things I love about my little cow design. I made a deep pocket here in the throat, so you can push the tongue inside like this and give it a short tongue if you like. Or you can pull the tongue out and play with its hilarious nose. I made the nose go all the way through. I've recently become a grandmother, so I'm trying to make interactive toys now. So you can make its tongue go through its nose like this. My adult children like to play with this too. You can also use the tongue to wash its eyes or stick its tongue in its ear. And I've made a little LOL tag because I thought it was quite appropriate for our little joke cow. I've given the cow some dizzy eyes like the dizzy emoji, or you can use safety eyes if you don't have children under 3. You can also roll it up into a seating position like this. So if you don't want it to go under the door, you can just have it sit like this. It's so cute. I love my little cow. I hope you love yours too. You can change your cow's size by changing the yarn and hook size. This one uses a narrower yarn and a smaller hook. For the body, I've used a lawn bowls ball I found at my local recycle centre. The flatter top and bottom are great to help it sit nice and evenly. You could also use a bocce ball, or you could use a weight ball. Amazon sells one in just the right size in some locations. They're soft on the outside and heavy on the inside. I used one in my little Squashed Frog Doorstopper. Another thing you could use is cut up denim. It's heavier than regular stuffing and shapes well. I used some in the little Clod of Earth. This is a low sew project. The only things you'll need to sew are the LOL on the ear tag, the dizzy eyes, and you'll need to sew the eyes, the horns and the ears on, and the little cloven hoof. You'll also need to do a little bit of sewing in the top of the grass. So all of the other parts we'll be crocheting. We'll crochet the back of the head down as we go, we'll crochet it shut, and we'll crochet it 3 times across here to make it a very secure ending for the head. I've developed a system of creating anchor loops in the end of your yarn tail so that everything can get crocheted in as much as possible. The good thing about the anchor system is you won't have little pieces of yarn starting to poke through your work after time. Pause the video now to see the list of things you'll need to make the cow. These are the yarns I've used for this tutorial. We'll make the front and back legs first. They're basically the same design, but the front legs are a little smaller than the back legs. They also have a cloven hoof, but we won't put that in until the very end after we've crocheted everything together. It's much easier to crochet them in without having to worry about where the cloven hoof part is, so we'll do that at the very end. So let's make the legs now. Start off by tying a knot in the end of your yarn to create a small loop. I always use an anchor loop when I'm making my magic rings. That prevents them from coming undone. So start with a magic ring and we're going to do 8 single crochet stitches. We're using amigurumi style in this pattern because it's much tighter and neater and you can't see the stuffing through the stitches. So we start with a little chain and now we'll do amigurumi style single crochet stitches. So put the hook through the center, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. That's the first one, so through the center, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. Yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And again, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. That's 4 stitches and you need 8. I'm going to speed up the video so I don't waste your time. Just do a total of 8 single crochet stitches. Now the best way I've found to make a magic ring is not to pull it closed completely. Leave a little loose gap there so that it's easier to work into the second round, and we'll pull the magic ring closed after we've finished the second round. Insert a round marker before you start round 2 and remember to move it up each round. For round 2 we're going to do an increase and then a single crochet as our pattern. So go into the first stitch that was the first single crochet in the magic ring. Go behind both the front and back parts of that loop, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through 2 loops, and into the same space again, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through 2 loops. In the next space we'll do 1 single crochet, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And that's our pattern. We'll repeat that 4 times, so there'll be an increase and then a single crochet, and do that the whole way around. So here's our increase, 2 into the same space, and then 1 into the next space. You'll notice that I'm not trapping my yarn tail here. We'll do that in the 3rd round. The 2nd round is much harder to do if you pull that yarn tight at the center. I'll speed up this second part so I don't waste your time. Just continue the pattern that we've been doing, an increase and a single crochet to the end of the round. At the end of round 2 you should have 12 stitches, and you can count them by looking for these loops here. Now we're going to close the magic ring. So pull this yarn in the same direction that it's traveling around. You can see that it's coming out of this side, so it's traveling that way. So pull it tight until the center closes. You can see my center is nicely closed now. And as we crochet around the next round, we're going to trap that yarn tail into that round and trap the anchor loop in the end. I've made my anchor loop a little bit too long there. It doesn't really matter, but it's easier if you have it closer. For round 3, we're going to do an increase and 2 single crochets. I'm going to move my round marker up to the next space, but I'm going to leave it in here so that I can find where I'm up to later if I make a mistake. So for round 3 we're going to increase, so I'm ignoring that yarn tail for the first stitch. So yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops, and it's an increase, so go into that space again, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. Now I'm going to start trapping that yarn tail. So the next 2 spaces have 1 single crochet each. So we'll go into that space, hook this yarn tail over top, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And the same thing for the next space, into the next space. Make sure you're trapping that yarn tail, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. The next space will repeat this pattern, so we'll do an increase, then a single crochet, then a single crochet 4 times. So here's the next space. We'll do an increase, make sure you're trapping this yarn tail, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops, and into the same space again, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. You'll see I'm pulling this every now and then. As you're pushing through your work, this can get loose, which means that this can get loose later in the magic ring. So what we're going to do is, every time you do a stitch or every second stitch, just pull on this to make sure it's staying nice and taut. So we'll do a single crochet in this space, a single crochet in the next space. Remember to give it a little tug. Then in the next space is an increase. So do 2 stitches in the same space. The next space is a single crochet. I'm still trapping that yarn tail there. But now you can see that I'm getting close to the knot. If I crochet over top of that knot, it's going to make a bump. So I'm going to tuck that behind, and I'm going to crochet 2 more spaces without tucking that in. So we did an increase and 1 single crochet, so the next one is going to be a single crochet. Where you meet your magic ring anchor loop will be different to mine probably, so just when you reach there, make sure you don't crochet over top of that bump. So the next space is going to be an increase, 2 single crochet stitches in the same space, and the next space is going to be a single crochet. So into this one, now that I'm past that knot would have been in these stitches here, I'm going to go into the center of that magic ring anchor loop. Yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And you can see there's plenty of space left in my loop here, so I'm going to keep crocheting into it in the next 2 stitches. So yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And I always tend to get to my magic ring anchor loop when I'm on to the 4th round. So I need 1 into the next space as well, because there's enough space here to do 1 more stitch. At the end of round 3 you should have 16 stitches. Please make it a habit to count your stitches at the end of each round, especially if you're using someone else's pattern. Otherwise you could end up with something completely different. If you take your hook out, remember when you put your hook back inside, the side that's moving, you can see that this one is the one that's moving. This needs to be at the top of your hook. So I'm going to move up my round marker and I'm going to leave a little space there. If you're not careful, if you pull that tight, it can hide that stitch and you might miss it. So I'm going to do that like this and keep a loop there out of my way. In the next space we need to do an increase. So I'm going to go into that space and also do one more into the anchor loop there. So yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. And this is an increase, so I need to do one more. I've got enough space to do one more stitch into that anchor loop without stretching it. So there's the increase. And now I'm going to pull this so that it's out of the way. So that was our increase, and now we're going to do a single crochet. That's the pattern for this round, an increase and a single crochet repeated 8 times. So the next space needs an increase. And then a single crochet in the next space. So repeat that pattern of an increase and a single crochet all the way around, and I'll meet you at the next round. Don't forget to count the stitches at the end of the round. You should have 24 stitches. So I'm going to put my round marker up for round 5. In round 5 we're going to do 5 single crochets and an increase. So make sure you go into that next space. Don't skip the first space there. So we're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 in each space. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we'll do an increase of 2 single crochets in one space. So there's 1 and 2. You'll need to repeat that pattern of 5 single crochets and an increase another 3 times, and I'll meet you at the end of the round. You should have 28 stitches at the end of this round. So move the round marker up again. Make sure you don't cover over that first stitch. So for the next 3 rounds, round 6, 7 and 8, we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. So just do a single crochet like this. That's 28 stitches per round. So I'm at the end of round 8 now, and I'm going to turn it all in the right way so that I can see what I'm doing. And when you turn it in the right way, it can stretch, so what I usually do is just massage it in so it stretches in this direction. And you should have 28 stitches at the end of the round, so we'll just count them to be sure. This is going to be the last round of this colour, and in this round we're going to do a decrease and 5 single crochets. So I'm going to mark the start of my round again, and I'm going to start with a decrease. To do a decrease, go into the front of each of the next 2 spaces and crochet them together like that. It does leave a little loop there, but you can hardly see it later. So then we're going to do 5 single crochet stitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to repeat that 4 times. So a decrease and then 5 single crochets. So I'll show you again. Go into the fronts of the next 2 stitches and crochet them together into 1 stitch, and then do 5 single crochet stitches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we'll repeat that 2 more times. So that's the end of my round, and there should be 24 stitches. Now I do my ends a little bit different to everybody else, but it's a pretty neat changeover. So if you have a look there, it's quite straight the way that it's done. You can see here, because the rows are growing there, that there's a changeover, but it's a pretty neat way to change over, and I'll show you how I do mine now. So into the next space, I'll just move that round marker there. Into the next space I'm going to do a slip stitch like this, and then I'm going to snip off a yarn tail. I only need enough to tie a knot in it. So pull your yarn through like this, and I dislike sewing as much as everybody else does, so I'm going to show you how I end. So go into the second space away, so this is the space we're just using, skip the next one and go into the following one. Then go back into the same space this piece of yarn's coming through, and into the back loop of the one below. I didn't get all of the stitch there. There it is. And I just pull that so that it's the same size as the other stitches, like this. And I'm going to tie a loop in this one as well. I really like my anchor loops, don't I? They work very well, and I don't have to sew anything back in later, so that's great for me because my thumbs hurt all the time. So just snip that off. And we're going to use that little loop to fasten this in, and you won't need to sew it later. So that's the end of that colour, and we'll change over to the next colour now. You can change your colours however you like, but I dislike how sometimes you get a step there when you do a colour change. So what I do is I make a knot in the end, an anchor knot like I did at the start, and do a slip knot like this, leaving just a short yarn tail like that. Then I get my work. This is the last stitch in the previous round, this is the slip stitch, and this is where I did the invisible end. So I'm going to go back 2 stitches before the end of the round. So that's the last stitch, this is a stitch before, and I'm just going to insert my hook there and start the new round here. So for the colour change, the new round will be starting here. So we'll put that round marker in there when we get up to there later. So now I'm just going to do a single crochet in each space. Actually, I'm trying not to trap that round marker there. If you crochet into this space where we've done the invisible end, it can pull loose like this. So the way that I'm going to show you now is to prevent that from coming loose, and also to prevent you from having to do any sewing. I dislike sewing so much, it hurts my fingers a lot. So make sure you don't pull those bits of yarn from the round marker. Remember, the round marker is moving over to here for the next round. This is where the slip stitch was, and this is the invisible end. And as I said, if you crochet into there, that's going to pull loose. So go down into the stitch below it, yarn under, pull on a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops, and pull that a little bit tight. So you're pulling that up to the same height as the other stitches. Now in the next space, we want to start trapping that yarn tail. So pull that tight, make sure the loop's a nice size there. It's a bit hard to see through my work here, but you're keeping that stitch there nice and tight. So then we yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through a loop. Now what we're going to do is just a single crochet in each space, and we're going to trap this yarn tail as we go around the first part, and then we're going to trap the brown yarn tail going through the end part of this round. So you can see that I'm trapping that in with each stitch, keeping it nice and taut. So that's nice and taut but not too tight, and here I'm at the knot, so I'm going to tuck that behind for the next 2 stitches. So here's 1, 2, that should be past the knot. Let's check. Yep, it's past the knot. So from now on we're going to crochet into that magic ring anchor loop, not magic ring, the anchor loop from the end of this round, the colour change. There we go. Now let's have a look. There's enough space there to put 1 more stitch in here. I'll show you what it looks like from behind when we finish this stitch. If you keep crocheting stitches into your anchor loop here, that will distort your work by pulling it tight. So make sure you have it in there nice and neatly, but not too tight. I'm happy with how many I've got there, so I'm just going to stop there and keep crocheting around this round with just single crochet stitches. But keep an eye out for when your anchor loop from the brown yarn comes. So I can see mine is going to sit neatly around and start maybe in this space here. So I'm going to do one more single crochet here. Crochet through the center of that anchor loop, and depending on the size of your loop you might need 2 or 3 or more stitches. Don't crochet it in too tight though. When you get close to the knot, remember not to crochet those parts in. You don't want to make a bump in your work. So just do a couple of stitches past the knot and then start crocheting around the yarn tail again until the end of the round. You can crochet it into the next round, but it's better to do it in this one if you can. Please remember to check how many stitches you have at the end of the round. You should have 24. In round 11 we're going to decrease by 3 stitches. We'll start with 4 single crochet stitches. Oh, I forgot my round marker. Just remember to put your round marker in. And we're going to do 4 single crochet stitches and then a decrease. I'm staggering them a little because I don't want to have the decrease here where all of this action's happening in the round below. So that's stitch 3 and 4. Now we'll do a decrease by going into the front of each of the next 2 stitches there and crocheting them together. And then we'll do 2 sets of 6 single crochets and a decrease, and then there'll be 2 single crochets at the end. I'll speed up this part so I don't waste your time. Just do 6 single crochets and a decrease twice, and then 2 single crochets. I'll slow the video down again at the second decrease. Imagine all the cool things we could make if we could always crochet this fast, or even faster. So here we are at the third decrease for this round. I forgot to say I usually roll my hook up into the 2 stitches to make the decrease. I find it's easier to get those front loops that way. And we've just got 2 single crochets to go here. Those 2 plus the 4 we did at the start make the 6 stitches between those 2 decreases. You should have 21 stitches at the end of this round. For rounds 12 and 13 we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. So keep crocheting around just a single crochet in each space for the next 2 rounds, and I'll see you at the start of round 14. Remember to move your round marker up for the next round. Here are the decreases from the previous round. There's one here and here's the other one. For this round we're going to put the decrease between, so it should be about here. So in order to do that we're going to do a single crochet, then a decrease, then we'll do 5 single crochet and a decrease repeated twice, and then 4 single crochet. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. By reducing these 3 stitches we're helping to shape this front leg. So keep following that pattern and I'll meet you at the start of round 15. For rounds 15 and 16 we're going to do a single crochet in each space. Don't forget to move your round marker up and count your stitches at the end of the rounds. So I'll meet you at the start of round 17. So just remember it's a single crochet in each space all the way around, and do that for 2 rounds. Remember to move your round marker up for the next round and don't miss that first stitch there. For round 17 we're going to decrease by 3 stitches again. This time we'll start with a decrease, so crochet those first 2 front loops together in 1 stitch, and then we'll do 4 single crochets, and we'll repeat that pattern 3 times. You should have 15 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 18. Remember to move that round marker up again, and in the next 2 rounds we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So for rounds 18 and 19 it's just a single crochet in each space, and you should have 15 stitches in each round. I'll meet you at the start of round 20. Remember to move your round marker up again, and you'll be happy to know we've only got 3 more rounds to go. This time we're going to do 3 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that 3 times. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. So there's my 3 single crochets and a decrease. So that's the pattern, 3 single crochets and a decrease, and repeat that 3 times to the end of the round. and I'll meet you at the start of round 21. And the last thing to do for this little front leg is to do 2 more rounds of a single crochet in each space. So we'll just do a single crochet, there'll be 12 in each round. So 2 more rounds of a single crochet in each space. I'll meet you at the end of this leg. After you've finished round 22, we'll do a slip stitch into what would have been the first space in round 23. Then we'll snip off a short yarn tail, pull the yarn through the loop with our hook, and then we'll do an invisible end. Insert your needle in the space 2 spaces across from the last stitch, and then put the needle through the top of the stitch the yarn's coming through and the back loop of the stitch below it. Then pull that to be the same size as the other stitches. You don't need to sew your yarn tails in because we'll take care of them when we're crocheting the front legs into the body. Next you'll need to add some stuffing to the legs, and as you can see by my cow, they're stuffed quite softly. We're going to do that cloven hoof right at the end. That's the last thing we'll do after we've finished everything else. So add some stuffing to your front legs now, and remember it needs to be slightly firm but soft. Next we'll make the back legs, and for the first 4 rounds they're exactly the same as the front legs. Start with an anchor loop in the end of your yarn, the same as we did before, to prevent your magic ring from coming undone. We'll start exactly the same as we did for the front legs. Just make a loop around your fingers, put your hook through the center and pull through a loop. Get ready to crochet. Then we'll do a single chain and start the magic ring. So put your hook through the center, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. That's the first single crochet, and you need to make 8 of them. So do the same, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. Keep doing that and I'll meet you once you've done your 8 single crochet stitches. Remember, when you close your magic ring, don't pull it tight. It makes the stitches in round 2 much too difficult. So just pull it tight enough so you can reach that first stitch in round 2. And don't forget to insert a round marker. It's so much easier when you can count your stitches. This time I'm just going to use a single round marker and not wind it all the way up. The pattern for round 2 is an increase and a single crochet repeated 4 times. So make an increase in that first space. Remember to go behind both the front and back loops of that stitch. And remember to make an amigurumi style single crochet stitch. Then do another stitch in the same space. Then a single crochet in the next space. And that's the pattern that we're going to repeat 4 times. Also remember, we're not going to trap our yarn tail as we go around in this round. We're going to trap it in round 3. So just do that, an increase and a single crochet all the way around. You'll have 12 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 3. Remember, when you're pulling that magic ring closed, to pull it in the same direction it's going around the center. Otherwise you can't get it nice and tight, and you also might break your yarn. So just pull that closed now. We'll trap the yarn tail in round 3. Move your round marker up for round 3, and in round 3 we're going to do an increase and then 2 single crochets repeated 4 times. You should have 16 stitches at the end of the round. So there's our first increase there, and I usually don't trap the yarn tail in that first stitch. And then we're going to do a single crochet in the next stitch, but we're going to trap that yarn tail as well. So just put it there between your stitches and crochet over top of it, and we'll do a single crochet in that space. So we've done our increase and our single crochet, so we're up to the second single crochet now. And remember, once you've done your single crochets, every now and then to give that yarn tail a little tug to keep it taut in your work. So keep going and just do your increase and then 2 single crochets all the way around, trapping that yarn tail and keeping the tail taut. And remember from when we did the front legs that you need to have a space of 2 single crochet stitches where you're not trapping the yarn tail once you get to that knot point. Don't forget to keep following whatever the pattern told you to do as you get past those 2 stitches. And then crochet into the center of the anchor loop so that you can secure that firmly so it can't ever come undone. You'll have to decide on how many stitches you can fit in your loop, because I'm sure your loop size will be slightly different to mine. Just make sure you don't put too many stitches into that anchor loop, or it can cause your work to distort when you put the stuffing in. Move your round marker up for round 4. In round 4 we're going to do an increase and then a single crochet and repeat that pattern 8 times. This is the last round that's the same as the front legs. So just keep repeating that pattern of an increase and a single crochet all the way around until the end of the round. You should have 24 stitches at the end of round 4. Move your round marker up for round 5. The back legs are a little larger than the front legs, so we need to do a few more increases in this round. So in this round we're going to do an increase and then 2 single crochets, and we're going to repeat that 8 times. You should have 32 stitches at the end of the round. So the pattern is an increase, then a single crochet and a single crochet. So there's the pattern, and we're just going to do that 8 times. Don't forget to count your stitches at the end of each round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 6. For the next 5 rounds, rounds 6 to 10, it's a single crochet in each space. Just 1 single crochet in each space all the way around. There'll be 32 stitches in each round. Make sure you check them as you go, because it's much easier to fix one round at a time than it is to try and go back all the way to wherever you've made a mistake. So just do 1 stitch in each space, 32 stitches per round. Move your round marker up for round 11, and I'm going to turn mine in the right way now. You can do it now or wait until the next round, it's up to you. I usually give the top a little massage here to make sure the stitches aren't stretching. This is the last round before we have a colour change. In round 11 we're going to do a decrease and 6 single crochets, and we'll repeat that 4 times. So there'll be 28 stitches at the end of the round. So start with a decrease and then do 6 single crochet stitches and repeat that another 3 times. So just follow that pattern until the end of the round, and I'll show you again how I do my colour change on the legs. Make sure you count your stitches again. This time there should be 28 stitches at the end of the round. This was the last round that we needed for the base of the leg, for the hoof part, and we're going to do 1 slip stitch into the next space here. So yarn under and pull through a loop, and then use that loop to pull through the loop on your hook. Then we'll snip off a short yarn tail and make an invisible end. You might need a tail a little bit longer than I've done here. I think I cut that a bit too short. Next we'll do the invisible end. So here's the space we were using for the slip stitch. Move forward 2 spaces and put your needle through that space. Then come back to the space the yarn is coming through. See, here it is. Go through that space and through the back loop of the stitch below. Pull that through and try to make that loop the same size as the other stitches. I already showed you how to do this in the front leg part, so I hope it's not overkill showing you again. Just tie a small loop in your yarn end here. I use the crochet hook to make it as small as possible, and then snip off the short yarn tail ready to do the next part. So in the end it should look like this. You should have a loop the same size as all the other loops, and just have this short piece of yarn here with a loop on the end. We'll start the next colour with an anchor loop at the end as well. You can see I really love my anchor loops, don't I? And we're going to do a slip knot here. So just make a slip knot quite close to the end, but you're going to need to leave a little bit of space here to crochet that into your stitches. So tighten that. And then here is the invisible end. Here's the slip stitch. I'm going to go 2 stitches across from that. So insert the hook in there, and then just do a regular amigurumi single crochet stitch. All of the stitches in this round will be just a single crochet stitch. So I'm going to go into the next space and do a single crochet stitch, and into the top of the slip stitch here. That's a little tight, I tightened mine a little bit too much. And here is the invisible end. So what I'm going to do for the invisible end, instead of going into that stitch at the top there, that's the invisible end, I'm going to go down into the one below. I'm not trapping the yarn tail, it's just too bulky if you do that. Pull a stitch through, and you're going to pull that one a little bit tight. You want those stitches down underneath there to come quite tight, but the loop needs to stay big enough to fit through for the next stitches. And from now on, we're going to trap this as we go around. So crochet into the next space and trap this yarn tail. And into the next space. And just work your way along, trapping that yarn tail the whole way around until you get to the knot. And as before, we're not going to crochet over top of the knot because you don't want that knot to be making a bump in your work. So I can fit one more stitch there before I get to the knot. Now I'm going to tuck that behind for 2 stitches. And then I'm going to crochet into the center of that anchor loop. And into the next one. And then I'll check and see how much space I have left. I can fit one more stitch in there, I think, without distorting the work once the stuffing goes in. So I'll put one more there and then just check. Yes, even if I pull that and stretch it, this is not distorting the work. That's enough stitches in there, so it's nice and tight, but not too tight. You can see there's still a little bit of give in there. And then I'm going to keep crocheting around, but I also need to see where this is going to meet in my crochet work. So I'll just check along there. It's going to meet about here, so I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. So I'll just crochet forward 5 or 6 stitches and then see when I get to there. It's going to be different for you depending on where you put your anchor loop and how much space is between your anchor loop and the start of your round. This is what works for my particular length here. So I'll check again. And that one will go into this space, I think, so I have one more left. But please make sure you check each time because it's going to be different each time as you make it. We're all different in the way that we make our things. So we'll just try that one and see how tight that is. Actually, that looks perfect to me. You want to have this pulling enough to make that stitch look nice and neat, as if it's being held into the stitch before it. So that's going to work quite well for me there. There's enough space in my anchor loop there just to put 2 stitches in this time. So here's my second stitch. Then because of the knot, I'm going to stitch past 2 stitches now. So there's 1 and 2. And let me see. Yes, that's working well. I'm actually going to do one more because that knot was stretching just to the start of this stitch. And now I'm going to crochet in the rest of that yarn tail from the anchor loop for the different colour. So I'm going to crochet that in between my stitches, like this. I hope the way I explained my colour change system wasn't too difficult. I really like the way it turns out with a nice flat colour end. There is the tiniest little jump there, but it's so much less than what I normally see in colour changes. And the added bonus, you don't have to sew your ends in later. So I'll show you what I've done again here. Hopefully you'll be able to understand my explanation. So the yarn tail that we had from the end of the light colour, we've used the yarn tail and an anchor loop to crochet our work in there, and then to crochet into the centre of the anchor loop so that we don't have to sew it in later. And for the yarn from the start of this slip knot in our first stitch, we've stretched it in the other direction and we've crocheted into the anchor loop in the center there. This is not too stretched, so if I try and stretch the work when you stuff it with stuffing, it will stretch a little. That's not going to stretch enough to distort the work. That's what you need to be careful of. Don't pull tight and have your anchor loop pulling all this in and distorting the shape. Make sure you add a round marker again, and for round 13 we're going to do 5 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that pattern 4 times. You should have 24 stitches at the end of the round. Remember to move your round marker up for each round, and for rounds 14 and 15 we're going to do a single crochet in each space. There should be 24 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 16. Now I don't want to put my decreases in the next round above the decreases from before, so I'm going to move across 2 single crochet stitches and have it in the center about here. The pattern for round 16 is 2 single crochet, then a set of decrease 6 single crochet done twice, then a decrease and 4 single crochet. You should have 21 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 17. In round 17 and 18 we're going to just do a single crochet in each space. So you'll have 21 stitches in each round for the next 2 rounds. And I'll meet you at the start of round 19. So just do a single crochet in each space. Remember to check and make sure you've got the right number of stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you soon. At the end of round 18 you should have 21 stitches, so check and make sure you've got the right number, and we'll move our round marker up to the next round. In round 19 we're going to decrease by 3 stitches again, so the pattern is decrease and then 5 single crochets, and do that pattern 3 times, and there'll be 18 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 20. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of each round. You don't want to lose track of where you're up to. And for the next 2 rounds, rounds 20 and 21, we're going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 18 stitches per round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 22. For round 22 we're going to decrease by 3 stitches again. Our pattern is 4 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that 3 times. You should have 15 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at round 23. For rounds 23 and 24 we'll just do a single crochet in each space, and remember to check that you have 15 stitches at the end of each round. I'll meet you at the start of round 25. We only have 3 rounds left to go on the legs. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of the round again, and this round we're going to do a repeat of a decrease and 3 single crochets. Continue that 3 times around the round, and you should have 12 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 26. There are only 2 rounds left in our leg now. It's rounds 26 and 27, and it's a single crochet in each space. You should have 12 stitches in each round. I just finished round 27. We don't need the round marker anymore, and I'm going to do a slip stitch in the next space, just loosely like that, and then we'll end off the same as we did for the front legs. We'll just snip off a yarn tail and do an invisible end. Of course you can sew your yarn tails in however you like, but I'm going to go across 2 spaces the same as we did for the front legs. Put your needle through that space there. Come back to the top of the circle that your yarn is coming from, put your needle through there and through the back loop of the stitch immediately below, and that's all we need to do. We don't need to sew in any yarn tails because we're going to crochet them in when we put the body together. Then add some stuffing, not too much, it needs to still be a little bit squishy, and the last thing we'll do, but that's at the very end of the pattern, is to make the cloven hoof, and I'll show you how to do that right at the end. Next we'll make the tongue. This is a very easy piece. We'll just make this and put it aside. So we'll start with a slip knot. Wrap the yarn around your fingers like this and pull through a loop. Pull it tight around the hook, and then we'll do 2 chain. 1, 2. Then we're going to do 44 foundation half double crochet stitches. Wrap the yarn around your hook and go through what was the slip knot. I go through so that there's 1 piece at the bottom and 2 pieces at the top. Yarn over and pull through a loop. You have 3 loops on your hook. Yarn over and pull through only the bottom loop. You still have 3 loops on your hook. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. Then to make the next stitch, we're going to go into the bottom part of that stitch we just made. So yarn over, and you need to go through both the front piece and the back piece of that the base of that stitch. My yarn's a bit stringy. If yours is too, you need to make sure you get all the parts there. Yarn over and pull through a loop. You have 3 loops on your hook. Yarn over and pull through just the first loop. Then yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And you just have to repeat that again and again. So yarn over and go through both the front and back parts of that, the base of the previous loop, previous stitch. Yarn over and pull through a loop. Yarn over and pull through only the bottom loop. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So again, yarn over and go through both the front and back parts of the previous stitch's base. Yarn over and pull through a loop. Yarn over and pull through 1 loop. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And one more time, yarn over and go through both the front and back parts of the previous stitch at the base. Yarn over and pull through a loop. Yarn over and pull through only the bottom loop. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 loops at the top, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 loops at the bottom going in the opposite direction. This is the really neat thing about making a foundation half double crochet stitch, or any other foundation stitches as a matter of fact. Basically you're making your chain and your stitches at the same time. Now keep doing that until you have 44 stitches. You can do more or less if you like, but this is how long I made my tongue. There'll be a few more rows around as soon as we get to the end, so I'll meet you at the end. When you get to the end of your foundation half double crochet stitches, we're going to do a single chain and then crochet into the center of that foundation half double crochet. I go under that middle little piece of yarn stretching across the center there, and then down through the back. Then do a single crochet. Oh, I missed a part of the loop. There it is. Then do another chain and then crochet into the base of that previous foundation half double crochet stitch. So again, going behind the front and back part of that stitch and do a single crochet stitch. That makes a kind of flat base there, and now we're going to do a single crochet in each space, and I'll meet you at the other end of the tongue. That sounds really weird to say, doesn't it? I'll meet you at the other end of the tongue. So just a single crochet in each space all the way along. I don't like sewing yarn tails in, and this will need to be sewn in through the tongue somewhere. So what I usually do is I tie an anchor knot in my yarn. So what I'm going to do is tie a small knot in the end here, about the same size as my crochet hook, so that it's the same size as one stitch. Then we'll cut off the yarn tail and have a nice neat little knot there ready to use as we crochet along. I've already crocheted to the end of the row, so I'm going to undo a few stitches here to show you how I use the anchor knot. So just undo the same length as the yarn tail and the anchor knot there. Then stretch the anchor knot and yarn tail along the stitches to find where it meets with a stitch. So what I do is I crochet into the stitch, then I crochet into the loop. I'm all about anchor loops. If you watch any of my videos, you're going to see anchor loops everywhere. So you crochet a regular single crochet through that space, and then I'm going to crochet over that, all of that work there. It will have a little bump here, but my sewing is so bad that it'll have a little bump anyway. So I'm hiding that in that stitch there, then just crocheting to the end of my row. So I had 44 stitches in total, but you can have as many stitches as you like. One of my cows has a slightly longer tongue than the other cow, and it was roughly 50 stitches, so do as many as you like. So here's the last stitch of my 44 stitches in this row, and I'm going to do a single chain here, then crochet into the center. I'll just move that little piece of yarn aside. If I poke in there, it's going to make a little hole there. So I'm going to go on to the other side and kind of force that across so that it fills in the space there. Then I'm going to do another chain and then crochet all the way along the other side with single crochet stitches. So here's the first one, and that will make the top of the tongue a little bit rounded like that. So just do a single crochet in each space all the way along until you get to the end. You should have 44 stitches if you're doing the same number as me. So just keep going until you get to the end. When you get to the end, cut off a yarn tail. You don't need one as long as I've cut off here. That was a mistake. And pull the loop on the hook until the yarn pulls through. Then we'll do an invisible end. Thread your yarn tail onto a needle, go into the next space, both behind the front and back of that loop, then go into the loop that the yarn's coming from and the loop below. Pull that through so that it's the same size as the other stitches there. And now you're done with the tongue. You could use either end of the tongue, they both look nice, but I don't like sewing the yarn in, and if you did this end, you'd have to sew the yarn in anyway. So just put that aside and we'll tie off the yarn tail at the end so you don't need to do anything with it. I'm sorry I did it too long here. As I was designing the cow, I experimented with several different kinds of ears. So these are the ears I ended up making. They have a pattern like this and we curve it at the end. This helps it to hold its shape and it looks more realistic. You can turn it in either way for either ear, so it's interchangeable there, just fold it in the direction you need. Here are some other shapes that I experimented with. These ones are crocheted straight into the head, so there's no sewing involved. This one's basically the same shape as the ear I ended up making, just without the curled bit at the end. I decided against that style because I thought it would become more floppy. But you can do whichever you like. I'll include these patterns in the paid pattern if you'd rather do ears in those shapes. To make the ears, we'll start with a magic ring anchor loop, the same as before. Wrap the yarn around your fingers, put your hook through the center and pull on a loop. Get ready to crochet and do a single chain. Then we're going to do a magic ring of 6 single crochet stitches. It's the same as before, we'll use amigurumi stitches. So here's 1, 2, 3. My loop's too big, so I'm having trouble holding it taut, so I'll close that a little bit. So that's 3. Here's 4, 5, and 6. And the same as before, don't close your magic ring tightly, just close it enough so that you can reach the other side. If you close it tightly, that will be too hard to crochet. For round 2, insert a round marker. Then we're going to do a pattern of an increase and 2 single crochets repeated twice. So you'll do an increase in the first space. So 1, 2 stitches in the first space, then a single crochet and a single crochet. So that's halfway around already because it's only 6 stitches. Now repeat that again and I'll meet you at the end. So that's already the end of round 2. So now we're going to pull it tight, so make a big loop and pull your magic ring closed. Remember to pull it in the same direction that it's travelling around inside the centre. So pull that nice and tight. Check, there it is, nice and tight. And now we'll start round 3. Move your round marker up for round 3, and in this round we're going to do 3 single crochets and an increase repeated twice. So there's my first single crochet, and I start trapping the tail in the second one. So just put that between your work and trap it in as you crochet around. Make sure you give it a tug every now and then to make sure it stays taut. So there's stitch 3, and now we'll do the increase. So 2 stitches in one space, and then we'll repeat it down the other side. So 3 single crochets and an increase, and I'll meet you at the end. Here's my last stitch in the round, and I'm close to that knot, so I'm going to tuck that behind for the next stitch. Make sure you move your round marker up for the next round, and this time I want to turn the work in the right way before I start crocheting. It makes it easier later because sometimes it's difficult to turn it in the right way later. So for round 4 we're going to do a single crochet and then an increase and then 8 single crochet. So I need to do a couple of stitches here to get past the knot in my magic ring anchor loop. This is the increase. So I'll do an increase in this space. The line where the increases are is going to be the top and bottom of our ears. So I'm past that now, so I'm going to start crocheting into the magic ring anchor loop. My loop is big enough to have maybe 2 stitches into it. So here's the first one, and into the next space, and I'll go into the center of that magic ring anchor loop again. Don't put too many stitches into your anchor loop or it can distort the cow's ear. You don't want to do that. So it should look much like that. All you need to do now is put a single crochet in each space all the rest of this round. You'll have 11 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 5. Remember to move your round marker up for the start of round 5, and in this round we're going to do 2 single crochets, then an increase, 5 single crochets, then an increase, and 2 single crochets. You should have 13 stitches at the end of the round. We're going to do the increase directly in the top of the previous increase. We won't do that all of the way, but most of the way we'll have an increase in the top of an increase to make the crease line, or beside the crease line, for the top and bottom of the ear. We will adjust those increases in increases just slightly as we go along because your work naturally twists as you crochet. So I'll show you how to do that as we go. So just crochet the rest of this round and I'll meet you at the start of round 6. Remember to move your round marker up for the start of the round, and in this round, round 6, we're going to do 3 single crochets, and increase, and then 9 single crochets. You should have 14 stitches at the end of the round. Please remember to count your stitches at the end of each round, otherwise it could all get messed up. And I'll meet you at the start of round 7. Move your round marker up for round 7, and in this round we'll increase at the top and bottom again. So first we'll do 4 single crochets, then an increase, then 6 single crochets down the other side, and an increase at the bottom, and then 2 single crochets. You should have 16 stitches at the end of the round. You might notice that it's starting to twist here. This is the last one we're going to do inside the increase from the previous round. In the next round we're going to move over one space. So keep following the pattern and I'll meet you at the start of round 8. Remember to move your round marker up again for the next round. In round 8 we're going to do 4 single crochets, an increase, and then 11 single crochets. You should have 17 stitches at the end of the round. Here's stitch 3 and 4. Now this time I'm going to go slightly to the right of the increases from before. We were stacking them here. I'm going one across from there. The reason I'm doing that is because as you crochet in the round, you know that your work tends to slant, and by doing this I can make sure that the work isn't going to all twist later. So now we just have a single crochet in each space to the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 9. So move your round marker up again for the start of round 9, and this time we're going to do 5 single crochets, an increase, and 11 single crochets. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. This is our last increase, then we're going to do a plain round next round, and then we're going to start decreasing. So just follow the pattern. We're up to the increase here, and then it's 11 single crochets to finish. So just do that and I'll meet you at the start of round 10. Move your round marker up again, and in round 10 we're going to do a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. This is our easiest round so far. I'll meet you at the start of round 11. As you can see from my sample ear here, this is where we're going to start decreasing to create that shape of the ear, and then we need to increase to make the part that's going to make the circle at the bottom of the ear. So we're going to start decreasing now. Move your round marker up for round 11, and in round 11 we're going to do 5 single crochets, then a decrease at the top, and then 11 single crochets. You should have 17 stitches at the end of the round. Make sure you do a careful amigurumi style decrease there, using the front loops of each of the next stitches and crocheting them together into one stitch like this. So in the fronts there, then an amigurumi style single crochet stitch, because that pulls it in really tight and neatly. Then it's just a single crochet in each stitch to the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 12. Move your round marker up again for our next round, and in this round we're going to decrease on both the top and the bottom. So for round 12 it's 5 single crochets and a decrease, 7 single crochets and a decrease, and then a single crochet to end. You should have 15 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 13. Round 13 is an easy one again. In this round we'll just do a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 15 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 14. Round 14 is where we're going to start increasing again. You can see that it increases more on this side than this side. So we'll start doing that now. So this round just has one increase. We'll do 5 single crochets and an increase, and then 9 single crochets. You should have 16 stitches at the end of the round. It should be quite easy there, just 5 single crochets and an increase, and then 9 single crochets. And I'll meet you at the start of round 15. For round 15 we're going to increase at both the top and the bottom. Move your round marker up, and in this round we're going to do 6 single crochets and increase, 7 single crochets and increase, and then a single crochet. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. And I'll meet you at the start of round 16. Move your round marker up for round 16, and this time we're doing a strange round. We're going to do all of it except the last stitch. So we'll do 7 single crochet stitches and an increase, and then 8 single crochet stitches and an increase, and we won't use the last space. So just follow that pattern. Your increases should be at both the top and bottom of the ear, and I'll meet you back here at the second last stitch. So here's the second last stitch, and we need to do an increase in this stitch. Once you've done that increase, then stop. Don't crochet into the next space yet. Next we're going to crochet the front and back sides of this ear together into one row. So we're going to go into that last space in this round and the 17th space in the next round. So count around to the 17th space, and then we'll do a regular style single crochet stitch, not an amigurumi style one. And you can take that round marker out now, we don't need that anymore. Next we'll crochet into 1 and 16, 2 and 15, 3 and 14, etc. I'm sure you get the idea now. So keep going across until you get to the last stitch, which joins stitches 8 and 9 together. When you've finished the end of that row, we're going to cut off a long yarn tail. You need enough yarn so that you can sew the ear into its round shape, and also to sew it onto the head. So snip off a long yarn tail there, then just pull the loop on your hook large until the end pops through. And that's all you need to do with the ear right now. Later we're going to sew them closed like this to make that loop that I was telling you about. And if you're doing the other side, you just fold it the other way, and you can massage it into shape easily. But I'll show you how to do that when we're sewing them onto the head. Next we'll make the horns. They're very small horns in this pattern because I wanted the cow to look like a baby. We start off with an anchor loop at the end of our yarn, the same as we've done before. Then wrap the yarn around your fingers, put your hook through the center and pull on a loop. Get ready to crochet and do a single chain. You'll need 8 single crochet stitches in the top of your magic ring for the horns. So do 8 amigurumi style single crochet stitches like this. And keep your hands close to where you're crocheting, otherwise it's a little bit difficult to crochet. You might be able to see here that my loop is a little bit too big and I'm having trouble holding it. So I'll pull that closed a little to make it easier to work with. Remember to keep your hands close and hold it taut. When you've finished your 8 single crochet stitches, pull the center closed but not too tight, otherwise the second row is too hard to crochet. So put a round marker in for round 2, and in round 2 we're going to do an increase and then 3 single crochets. So here's the increase, go into the front and back parts of that first single crochet stitch and do an increase, and then we're going to do a single crochet, 3 single crochets, sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 1 in each of the next 3 spaces. Then we'll repeat that again, so an increase and then 3 single crochets. So just do that and I'll meet you at the end of the round. So at the end of round 2 you should have 10 stitches. Before we move up to round 3, we're going to pull the magic ring closed. So it's coming around this way. So we're going to pull it in the same direction that it's travelling around naturally, like this. So there it is, nice and tightly closed. Put your hook back onto the loop that you're working with and make sure the one that's moving is the one that's at the top of your hook. And for round 3 we're going to do a single crochet in each space. It'll be an easy round. Move your round marker up, and usually I don't trap the yarn tail into the first stitch, so just do a normal single crochet in that stitch, amigurumi style, and then we'll start trapping that yarn tail from the second stitch. So just tuck it over top of your work and trap it between the stitches there, and just keep crocheting until you meet the knot. I'll speed up some of this so I don't waste your time. You've already seen me do it several times now. Just remember to keep that yarn tail taut. As you poke your hook through the stitches you can loosen it, and you just want to keep it taut so that it doesn't come loose and let the center of the magic ring open a little. So just tug it after every few stitches just to keep it taut there, and we're going to slow down and pause when we get to the knot. You can see I'm getting close to the knot here, and remember we tuck it behind for 2 stitches or sometimes 3 so that you don't get a bump there if you crochet over top of the knot. I'm just turning it in the right way here to check. Yes, I don't want to crochet into the next stitch there over top of that bump because I don't want to make a bump in the ear. So tuck it behind as you do the next 2 stitches, and you should have 10 stitches at the end of the round. Please don't forget to check. So move the round marker up to round 4, and in round 4 we're going to do 4 single crochets and an increase repeated twice. So I'm ignoring that yarn tail again for this stitch because of the bump, and now in the next stitch I'm going to start crocheting through the center of that magic ring anchor loop. I want to have 2 stitches in there, so I'll do 1 here and then 1 in the next stitch, and then we can ignore it. You're sure to meet your anchor loop at a different stage to me, and depending on the size of your anchor loop you may be able to fit more or less stitches than I do, but in mine I can fit 2 neatly there without stretching the work. So we've done 3 single crochet stitches, we need to do 1 more and then an increase. So here's the increase, and we need to do 2 single crochets in the same space, and then you just do the same thing down the other side, so 4 single crochets and an increase. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 5. Then round 5 is going to be a simple round again. We're just going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. So just do a single crochet in each space and I'll meet you at the end of the round. So we have 1 more round to go. Move your round marker up for round 6. And in round 6 we're going to do 2 single crochets, an increase, 5 single crochets, an increase, 2 single crochets and then a slip stitch. So you'll have 14 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the space just before the slip stitch. And I'm going to do a slip stitch in the next space. You can choose what you like. By doing it this way, you're going to end up with one side feeling slightly longer than the other side. If you don't like that, then you can just keep doing a single crochet here and do a slip stitch in the next 1 or 2 spaces, whichever you like. But I want to put mine here because I want to put it on the top curve of the head. So I'm going to do a slip stitch here, and then I'll do an invisible end. So this one also you need enough yarn to sew it to the top of the head. So give yourself a long enough yarn tail that you can sew it to the top of the head. Pull the yarn loop large, don't pull it tight, mine's getting tight there, I shouldn't have done it that way. You can loosen it by putting your needle into the top of that previous stitch, the top of that previous loop, and then we can do an invisible end here. To do an invisible end, just pull out that round marker and we're going to go 1, 2 stitches across. Then we're going to go back into the same space that this yarn was coming out of, and this space below here will go into the back part of that stitch. So into the top where the yarn's coming from, into the back part of the loop below, pull your yarn through and pull the stitch to be the same size as the other stitches. so you'll hardly be able to see where you've got a join there. As you can see by my cow, maybe, the head's shaped around a little bit there, and I've placed my little horns here so that the shorter side is at the top side and the longer side is at the bottom side, so it looks really even when you look at the cow straight on. I've made two eye options for our little squashed cow doorstoppers. There's the safety eye style and the dizzy eye style. I'll show you how to make the safety eye style first and then the dizzy eye. Please don't use the safety eye style if you have children under 3. They're a choking hazard, even though they're quite large. You'll need a yarn tail of about 15 centimetres, and you don't need an anchor loop this time. Wrap the yarn around your fingers and put your hook through the centre, pull on a loop, get ready to crochet, do a little single chain there, and we'll do a magic ring of 9 single crochet stitches. I'm still doing amigurumi style, so here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll try not to waste your time wherever I can. Magic rings are easier to do if you keep them quite taut. So I'm going to pull this partially closed, but you can't close it completely because you need the safety eye pin to be able to fit through there. I'm going to put in a round marker. The pattern for round 2 is an increase and then 2 single crochets, 1 in each space. We'll do that repeat 3 times altogether, and you should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. Make sure you go behind both the front and back parts of that first stitch, then do a single crochet and another one in the same space. Then do a single crochet in each of the next 2 spaces and repeat that whole pattern another 2 times, and I'll meet you at the end of the round. Remember to count your stitches at the end of the round and move your round marker up for the next round. Round 3 is a very simple pattern of an increase and a single crochet repeated all the way around. You'll have 6 repeats altogether, and you'll have 18 stitches at the end of the round. So I'll meet you at the start of round 4. For the next 3 rounds, rounds 4, 5 and 6, we'll just do a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 18 stitches per round, and I'll meet you at the end of round 6. To finish off the eye, we're going to do a slip stitch and then an invisible end. You're going to need quite a long yarn tail, so cut off a long yarn tail here because you're going to need to use it to sew the eye onto the head. Then pull the yarn on your hook until it pulls through and thread it onto a needle. So here's where the yarn is coming out into this loop here. Go across to the next stitch and then the stitch after that. Put your needle through there. Then bring the needle back into the top of the stitch that this yarn is coming through and the back of the stitch behind. This one here. Then pull it through there and pull it so that it's the same size as the other stitches. So there's your invisible end, and when we sew around, I'll sew into this part of the stitch here so that I don't pull that loose. So into this part of the stitch here and into all of the outside parts of the next stitches. You don't need the round marker anymore. So I'm going to put the safety eye in the center, and I'm going to turn it in the wrong way again, and I'm going to pull this yarn tail in the same direction that it's coming. You can see it's coming from here, so it must be coming around this way. I'll pull that nice and tight, but before I put the safety clasp on the back, you can see that as I pull it, this side has all pulled tight and this side is looser. So I just manipulate that so that it's, just give it a bit of a massage so that it's all spread out evenly. Give it another tighten there. And this safety eye clasp should hold that in, but I'm going to tie that into the work later. As you know, I don't want to sew anything as much as possible, so I'll tie these 2 ends together when it's sewn onto the head. I'll show you that later. So put your safety clasp on. If you have trouble clasping it very tightly, I use whatever I can to push that on. This is a TV wall mount that I found fits perfectly over safety eyes, and you can use that to press it on. So I've just pressed that on tightly. This has a little bit of a sharp end here, and I'm going to burn the ends to push them down to make it more secure. I won't do that on camera though. and then you just turn it in the right way and they're ready to sew onto the head when the head's ready. So there it is. A safety eye is dangerous for small children, so if you have small children, please don't use a safety eye. I've made a different option for anyone who doesn't want to use a safety eye, whether you have small children or not. You can make this little emoji eye. It's the guru guru eyes, dizzy eyes, whatever you like to call them. The pattern is slightly different to the shape of the safety eye at the top, and I'll show you how to make that now. You're going to need an anchor loop in the end of your yarn to stop your magic ring from coming undone. Wrap the yarn around your fingers, put your hook through the center and pull through a loop. I'm going to pull that so my loop is not terribly big. It's much easier to crochet a magic ring if it's not too large here. We're going to do 6 amigurumi style single crochet stitches in the magic ring, so put your hook through the center, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. So you need to do 6 of those, and I'll race through this part in the video so that I don't waste your time. So with that sped up version, here we are already at the end of the magic ring. Now pull your magic ring so that it's closed a little, but leave a little gap in the center. Put in a round marker and we'll start round 2. If you pull the magic ring center closed tight now, it also tightens up all of the stitches in round 1, which makes it harder to crochet round 2. So we're going to do an increase in every stitch. So put your hook through behind both the front and back parts of that first stitch and don't trap the yarn tail. Yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops, and again in the same space, yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. We'll repeat that all the way around. We'll do an increase in every stitch. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 3. I'm going to put a piece of yarn through the center now because I want to have this here ready later, and I'm going to close the magic ring now. So I'm going to close it so tight that I don't think I'll be able to fit a needle through there later. So I'm going to pull that magic ring closed, and if you look carefully, you can see that it's coming around this way. So it's coming all the way around that way, and I want to pull it in the same direction so that the yarn doesn't break and it's easy to close. So I'll pull that closed as tight as I can. Now it's very firmly around my black yarn. Remember to move your round marker up for the next round, and in round 3 we're going to do an increase and a single crochet, and we'll repeat that 6 times all together. You can hook your yarn tail in now or after the next stitch if you like, whichever you choose. So just do an increase in that first stitch, so there's the first stitch, and the second in the same space. And then we'll do a single crochet in the next space. And remember to trap that yarn tail as you're working around. Give it a tug every now and then to make sure it stays tight. Just repeat that 6 times all together, and you should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. When you get close to the knot in your anchor loop, make sure you tuck that behind for 2 or 3 stitches so that you can crochet past the knot. If you crochet over the knot, you're going to get a bump in your work. So I'm just going to crochet past that knot here. I'm doing 3 stitches because it was kind of halfway between the second and the third knot. Then crochet through the center of that anchor loop, and that will make sure that your magic ring will never come undone. Keep following your pattern of an increase and single crochet, whatever you're up to in your round, when you get to your anchor loop, and make sure that you fill the anchor loop until it's neatly full but not stretching any of the stitches. When you stuff your eye, it's going to distort the work if you've got too many stitches in your loop. So we all make different sized loops. I think mine needs 1 more single crochet into there. So just make sure you don't overfill it. And I'm also at the end of my round. You can see there how much I've put into my loop. So make sure you have just a little bit of space left there so that it can stretch a little when you add the stuffing. Now for the next 3 rounds, rounds 4, 5 and 6, we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. That'll be 18 stitches per round. So just do regular amigurumi single crochet stitches, and we'll do 18 per round for the next 3 rounds. I'll meet you when you've finished round 6 and show you what to do with the guru eyes in the centre. At the end of round 6, your little eye should look like a dome shape, like this. In the next space where the round marker is, we're going to do a slip stitch. Then we'll cut off a long yarn tail to use to sew the eye to the face. So I've got a long yarn tail here to use later. I'll pull that through the centre here, trying not to make my stitch get too small there. If you're worried, you can put your hook back in and make sure that this is staying the same size as all the other stitches. Just keep it loose there. And then we're going to do an invisible end. So the yarn's coming out of this stitch here and through this stitch here. We're going to step forward 2 stitches. So this is where it's coming from. We'll go forward 1, 2 stitches. And then we're going to sew into the top of the stitch that the yarn's coming out of, and also the top of the back part of the stitch below. So we'll go through the top here and through the back stitch of the one below. Pull that tight so the stitches are the same size as the stitches around it. And you don't need to do anything more with that yarn tail. We'll use it to sew the eye to the face later. If you haven't put your black yarn through the centre of the magic ring yet, please do it now. We're going to make 23 stitches in a spiral, following the same path your crocheting goes. So if you're right-handed, it'll go one way, and if you're left-handed, it'll go the other way. I'm going to step across to where the first round was. This is where it's going up here, so I'm going to step across to here because it will come around here and then it will go across here. So I don't want to use this space here because it will be needed for the next round. So you come into this space here. We're not tying anything off at the bottom there. We'll tie it off when we finish the guru. We'll tie the 2 black yarns together. I'll speed up this section so I don't waste your time. All you need to do is follow the little points left by your crocheting that spirals around outwards. Sew up through the next space and back down into the previous space to connect the stitches in a spiral shape that makes the eyes look dizzy. It won't matter if you accidentally trap some of the black yarn, but please don't trap the white yarn tail. You're going to need that later to sew it onto the face. If you want to make emoji style dizzy eyes the same as mine, you'll need to do 23 stitches. If you want to make them a different way, that's perfectly fine too. Do whatever you like. But I wanted mine to look the same as the emoji guru dizzy eyes. When you sew them to the face, be careful to make them twirl outwards the same as the emoji style eyes. That means to have the ending tails on the outsides of the face. And here's my last one. There's 23. Then we'll turn it inside out. And I have sewn over the top of this, which I don't mind at all. I've actually sewn through it, I can see there. And I'm just going to tie this off. So you tie it once loosely, once a little more tightly, and one more time very tightly. So pull that tight and then snip it off. And there's your guru eye. It'll look a bit like this when it's finished. Doesn't it look funny? Next we'll make the ear tag. It's crocheted in the round and then embroidered with LOL, and then we sew it into the ear to make it look like a realistic ear tag. To make the ear tag, I'm using Nubu yarn and a size 4mm hook. I'm starting with an anchor loop at the end again so that I don't have to sew the yarn tails in when I'm finished. We can anchor it in and then just forget about it. So start with a slip knot, and we're going to do a chain of 8. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we'll skip that last space and crochet into the bottom of the next space. So you'll have 2 pieces of yarn on the top and 1 piece on the bottom. And we'll do amigurumi stitches. So there's 1, into the bottom of the next one. If you find it hard to go in the bottom, you can hook up into the one before and down into the next one. That's an easy way to get into the bottom of the next stitch. There's 2. That's what I usually do, so I'll keep going. 3. As we crochet 4, 5 and 6, I'll tell you why we're doing it this way. By using 2 stitches at the top and 1 at the bottom, and then creating 2 stitches at the top and 1 at the bottom when we crochet back the other way, we'll make a tighter, neater finish with no gaps. And 7. Now we'll do an extra stitch into this last one here. So that's the 7th one. So an increase on the 7th one is probably a better way to say it. At the end of the round, we're not going to crochet in the yarn tail. We'll just leave that for this side, and we'll crochet it in the next pass. If you crochet into this space here, all the way across, you'll get little gaps across there. So what I do is I join this stitch and this stitch together to have 2 stitches at 2 pieces of yarn at the top, and that pulls the stitches nice and close together. The easy way to do this is to go into the front of this, not this stitch, the stitch after, and then come down into the stitch that we're working on. Can you see there's 2 pieces of yarn at the top, and that will pull our stitches in nice and tight. So we'll do an amigurumi stitch again. So I missed a piece. We'll do the same as the other side, 6 single crochets and an increase. So again, we're needing to go into this space, but we're going to pull this one across and make it tighter. So hook in through that next stitch and come back into this one. So this is 2. And we'll do that all the way across. I'm sorry this yarn is so stringy. It's the only yellow available at my shop at the moment. So you can do this any way you like, but I prefer to do it this way because it pulls the stitches together and makes a nice tight end there. And we'll need to do 6 of them. So I'll meet you on the 6th stitch. Here we are at the 6th stitch. This is the last one that we can cross over because of course there's no loop at the end to attach to the 7th one. So just do your 6th stitch there. See how nice and tight that looks? Doesn't it look great? There's no gaps there at all. That's why I like this method so much. So for the last one, we don't have anything to pull back into this stitch, so we'll just go into that end one there and do an amigurumi stitch. And the same as the end before, we'll do 2 into that space. So that's the end of round 1, and you should have 16 stitches. Please take the time to count your stitches, otherwise it could stuff up the rest of your little ear tag here. We're going to crochet the ear tag in rounds, so insert a round marker so you know when you're at the end of your round, and put your hook behind both the front and back parts of that first loop from the first round. We're going to do amigurumi stitches all the way around, and the pattern is 7 single crochet stitches and then an increase repeated twice. So just crochet along 7 stitches and I'll meet you at the first increase. So here's 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the speeded up version. So we're going to do an increase here on this end stitch. So do 2 stitches in one space, and then we'll do another 7 single crochets and an increase at the other end. The only difference down this side is we're going to start trapping that yarn tail. So here's my first stitch, and then I'm going to start trapping in the second stitch here. So trap your yarn tail between the stitches like this, and whenever you meet your knot you need to crochet past it. So my knot is quite close here, so I'm going to tuck that behind so it doesn't make a bump in the work that I'm working on. So just tuck that behind, and you'll need to do 2 or 3 stitches across here. So here's 1, 2, and then check to see how your knot is going. I need 1 more there, so I'm going to do 3 stitches here past that knot. You can see by crocheting past that knot there aren't going to be any bumps in the stitches here, and then we're going to crochet into the center of that anchor loop so you don't have to sew anything in. And this is a great way to finish off things as you're working so you don't have all those yarn tails to deal with at the end. That was my 6th stitch. Now there's one more to go, so the 7th stitch, and it will go through the anchor loop for me. I'm sure your anchor loop will be at a slightly different location, so just go until it's filled about as much as this, and it's all sewn in. You don't have to worry about it anymore, and you won't have any little bits of yarn sticking out. And the last thing to do in this round is to do the increase at the end. So just do 2 single crochets in the same space. So here's my first single crochet. Oh, this yarn is so stringy, sorry. And here's the second stitch. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. Remember to count. Move your round marker up, and for the next 4 rounds we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So rounds 3, 4, 5 and 6, it's just a single crochet in each space all the way around, and there'll be 18 stitches in each round. So just keep doing that, a single crochet in each space all the way around, and I'll meet you at the end of round 6. That's the end of round 6, and you won't need your round marker anymore. Turn your work in the right way, like this, and then adjust it so that it's nice and flat. Make sure the edges aren't twisted there, and you can see that we need to go forward 1 more stitch, so we're going to do a slip stitch in the next space. Then we're going to crochet the tops together. It's a little difficult to see the stitch before the slip stitch, so I'm going to put a needle in there to show you. To crochet across the top, we're going to crochet into the next space, and into that space I've shown here with the needle, the one before the slip stitch. So put your hook into that space there, the one before the slip stitch, and we're going to crochet across the top and join them both together. So do a single crochet stitch, the regular V-shaped ones, not an amigurumi style, and then go into the next space in the front and the next space in the back, and do another single crochet stitch, and we'll join it together all the way across the top. The goal here is to get a nice flat tag, so if yours is twisting, please adjust as necessary. So keep crocheting those sides together all the way across the top, and I'll meet you at the other side. You should have 8 stitches at the end of the row. Cut off a long yarn tail about 40 to 50 centimeters long and pull it through the loop on your hook. You can see that this end is nice and rounded and the other end is quite pointy. That's very easy to fix, but I'm sorry it involves the dreaded needle. I've tried to avoid as much sewing in this pattern as possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into that last space there. There's one space on the end here we haven't used. It's where we did the slip stitch on the other end. So sew into that space and come out on the 5th stitch along from there. Pull that yarn tail gently and it will pull that side in nice and neat like the other side. Next, insert your hook into the 4th space across, yarn over and pull on a loop, then into the 5th space, yarn over and pull on another loop, then yarn over and pull through both loops. Then we'll do 5 chain. So just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on the 5th one just pull that yarn until it pops through the loop. Now your tag's finished and ready for your message. You can put whatever you like, but I thought LOL was appropriate for our funny little cow, so I'm going to put LOL here. You'll need some black yarn or embroidery floss to sew your message. This is the right side with the chain stitches facing up. We're going to turn the tag over and start from the back side. Sew through a space in the back and across to the front side at the top left. Make sure you go through a stitch, not a space. I'm sewing through the second last stitch in that top row. So go through that stitch itself and make sure you leave a yarn tail at the back. We're going to use that to tie off at the end. You'll need the tail to be about 15 centimeters or 6 inches long. Insert your needle 3 rows down in a straight line from this point to make the long side of the L. Then sew across 1.5 stitches to make the bottom part of the L. Pull the yarn nice and flat, but not so tight that you pull out your yarn tail. Now sew back into that same space and we're going to sew the L on the other side next. Make your needle come out 3 stitches before the edge of the tag in line with this L. That'll be the bottom corner of your second L. Then do the same as the last L, go across 1.5 spaces and into a stitch there, and then come back through that same space, and then we'll make the other side of the L. Then we'll sew up to the top the same as the L from the other side, so make sure you make a line the same height as that L, and sew across 3 spaces in the same line, coming out of a stitch there to make the top of the O. We'll sew across just 1 stitch for the top of the O, and then come back out the same space on the other side to make the side of the O. Then we'll sew across 1 stitch and down 1 row, so into round 5, and sew right down to the stitch above the L base there. Then sew back into the space you just used there, and sew the underside there, so come out the same space you just used for the bottom of the side of the O here. I hope you can see what I'm doing there. And now we'll sew across 1 stitch and down 1 row in line with the bottom of the L's. This is to make the bottom of the O, and go across just 1 stitch again, the same as the top. Then come back to that same space, come slightly above so that you don't get a crooked bottom stitch there, and come out the same space across the bottom there, and you should have a nice space to the O. Make sure you can make it neatly there. I'm holding it up so that it will keep in line with the L's. And then we'll sew up and across 1 stitch again, the same as the other side of the O, and sew up to 1 row below the top edge of the O, the same as the other side. Then come back down into that space again and up through the hole you've just used to make the other side of the O. Then sew across into that space at the top there that will complete the O. And next you'll make your needle come out the same space that the yarn tail is coming from. That way we can tie it off at the back. So just come through that same space there. And make sure you check it on the other side first before you tie it off. I hope you're satisfied with what you've done. Even though my sewing's embarrassingly bad, I'm quite happy with my LOL there. And so now we'll tie it off at the back. To tie off, I use the 3-knot strategy. So first you knot it and just knot it gently, flush with the edge of the work so you don't stretch your stitches on the other side. Then you knot it off again, this time more firmly, and the last time you knot it off quite tight. So pull it very tight there. Next we'll sew the yarn tails in separately in the same direction they're naturally tending to go from that knot. When you pull the first one through, pull tight and the knot should pop inside between the stitches. Sew in the other yarn tail and trim them carefully. So there it is, your little LOL ear tag. You can put whatever message on there you like, but I thought LOL was quite appropriate for what we're making. The last thing to do is to sew the ear tag onto the ear, and we'll sew it onto this bump at the bottom. Sew through the bottom part of the ear. I used the last stitch down at the bottom because I want it to look more like an earring. Pull the yarn tail and the chain stitches through that hole, and we're going to join it at the back. We're going to sew down through the back loops of that last row of stitches we did. So put your needle through the back loops there, go through a couple of them, like this. Sorry, this needle is way too big. I should have used a smaller needle. Then we're going to sew back up through that last loop of the chain there. I really should have used a smaller needle, I'm so sorry. And then we're going to sew down securely into the rest of this ear tag. So sew down in through one space, and we're going to sew backwards and forwards through the stitches to secure it. I'll swap out for a smaller needle here. Now I've got my trusty smaller needle. I'm going to sew across several stitches here, maybe 3 or 4 stitches. Then I'll sew down 1 row and back inside another 4 or 5 stitches before tying off. You may not need to do the next step, but if you have small people or pets in your life, you might want to secure your ear tag a little more carefully. I do that by splitting the yarn tail in half, sewing one side through a few stitches and coming back to this point and tying a knot. I use that method of tying off 3 times again just to be sure, then sew the yarn tails between the 2 layers of the ear tag and trim them carefully. Now we can set that aside until we sew it on the head later. Well done, you're one step closer to finishing your squashed cow doorstopper. Next we'll start making the parts of the face. The first thing to make is this nose tube that's going to be inside here. We start the nose tube in the center with foundation single crochet stitches, or you can use a chain if you prefer. Then we'll crochet outwards on both sides so that it will be a nice even seamless finish when we crochet the nose tube into the rest of the face. Just note the right side of the stitches is on the inside of the nose. We're going to start with foundation single crochet stitches, and I've done 2 chain here. Next, put your hook back into the first loop, and I've got 2 pieces of yarn above and 1 piece below. Yarn over and pull through a loop, then yarn over and pull through only the bottom loop, and yarn over and pull through both loops. Then put your hook through both the front and back parts of the bottom of that first stitch. So there's the front, and here's the back part of that loop. Yarn over and pull through a loop. Yarn over and pull through only the bottom loop. Yarn over and pull through both loops. We need to make a foundation single crochet strip of 14 stitches. So I'll show you how to do that again. Go through both the front and back parts of the last stitch. That's going to create the little loop shape at the bottom as well as at the top. Yarn over and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through only the base loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. We'll be able to crochet neatly in both directions because the foundation single crochet stitch gives you a nice neat loops on both sides to work with. You can count the number of stitches you've done by checking the loops. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll show you one more time. Put your hook through both the front and back of that last loop, yarn over and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through only the base loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. So go ahead and make 14 foundation single crochet stitches, and I'll meet you when you've finished those 14. Now just check, you should have 14 stitches there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Next we're going to crochet back into that first stitch that we made. Make sure you don't have any twists in your work here, so make sure it's nice and flat, and then we're just going to start crocheting into that first stitch. But before you do, I almost forgot, please add a round marker so you'll know where you're up to as you count around the rounds. So just put your hook behind both the front and back parts of that first loop, and we're going to do amigurumi stitches. So yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. And we're just going to do that all the way around. Yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. You should have 14 stitches in each round, and we're counting that first foundation single crochet stitch as round 1, so we're working on round 2 right now. So keep following this pattern in rounds, and I'll meet you at the start of round 4. The foundation single crochet stitch round is round 1, then I've done round 2, round 3, and I'm starting on round 4. This is going to be inside out when we finish, so it's probably a good idea to turn it inside out right now, because this is going to be inside your work and this is going to be visible. So you'll want the visible part to be the nice neat part so it blends in evenly with the rest of the face. So turn it in the right way now, and the right side is going to be on the inside. So we'll just do 7 rounds of single crochet stitches, and I'll meet you at the end of round 7. So here's my last stitch in round 7, and I'm just going to do a normal single crochet stitch, a normal amigurumi style single crochet stitch. I'll take out my round marker, and then I'm going to do a slip stitch in the next space, like this. Then I'll cut off a yarn tail. It doesn't need to be too long. Pull the yarn through with your hook, and we're going to do an invisible end. Remember, for the invisible end we go across 2 stitches like this, go back into the space that the yarn is coming from, and we're going to go into the back part of that loop below. So we're going through that first loop, in the back loop, then pull it nice and tight, about the same size as the other stitches around it. And you don't need to do anything more, we're just going to make an anchor loop here, and we'll crochet it into our work as we crochet around, so you don't need to sew in any yarn tails. The reason why we do the join in the center, whether you do a foundation single crochet style or whether you do a chain style, is up to you,
But the reason why we do it in the center is so that you can have a seamless design once you get to the edge. So you can see by the nose here that all the stitches are going in the same direction, so it's quite seamless. And you look on the other side and it's the same thing. It's a seamless join there. So that's the reason why we're going to do that join in the center here.
If you look at it here without any stuffing, it looks like there's a little bit too much in the center there, but once you add the stuffing, it will fill out nicely and that will be the perfect size. So now we'll go back to making the nose tube. Snip off the yarn tail, and now we'll crochet from the other side. So I'm just going to thread this yarn tail through that first loop there to close it up a little, and then we'll start crocheting on the other side. And I'll tie this yarn tail to the yarn tail that's going to be the start of the next side.
I've tied that together with the next piece of yarn so that it can hide in there.
Now remember that you need to be crocheting on the inside of the work this time, so the part that's facing you is going to be the part that's inside the nose. Start crocheting maybe 1 or 2 stitches away from where the join is. That way you're not going to be putting too much pressure on that join point. I'm just going to pull through a yarn here, it doesn't want to come, and then I'm going to do my first single crochet stitch in the next space. Remember, we're doing amigurumi style stitches, so it's yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. So you'll need the same as we did on the other side, 14 stitches in each round, and we're going to do 7 rounds. So this time the round that you're counting as round 1 is not the foundation single crochet strip that we've done, it's this round you're working on right now. So this is round 1 and you need 7 rounds. Don't forget to use a round marker. So here's stitch 11. Now I need to step down and find the end there. There's 12. So that's one end of the foundation single crochet starting strip. Then here's stitch number 13. And 14 is the one that I pulled the loop through to start with. So there are my 14 stitches. Now we'll need to add a round marker and do another 6 rounds of 14 single crochet stitches. When you've finished those 7 rounds, you should have 14 rounds altogether, counting both sides. And we're going to end off the same as we did the other end. Do a slip stitch in the next space, snip off a yarn tail, do an invisible end, and then tie an anchor loop in the end of your yarn tail. So there's our nose tube done. Next we'll make this little lower jaw part, and we'll crochet the throat part after attaching the lower jaw to the muzzle. This is all the yarn we have left from the first ball of this colour, and it should be plenty to make the lower jaw. We're going to start with an anchor loop at the end of our yarn so we don't have to sew anything in, and start with a slip knot. The slip knot can be quite close to that anchor loop, and we're going to chain 7. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Skip that first loop and we'll crochet into the second loop, but we're not going to crochet into the top. We're going to crochet into the bottom of that loop. So you'll have 2 strands above and 1 strand below, and do a regular amigurumi stitch. So yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. And we're going to go into the bottom of each stitch across there. There'll be 6 stitches. You can poke straight through your yarn like this to get into that bottom stitch, but some people find that difficult, especially with the last loop in the chain. So another option you can use is to lift this one up, the one that you've just worked into, and then push through into the next space. That makes it really easy to access that bottom loop if you're having trouble. So you can lift that up and then push forward into the next space. And that helps you to get that bottom loop. Or you can just poke straight through that loop. I find that other technique especially useful when you're going into the last stitch. It's hard to get that one here, so you just lift up the one before and go into the next space. So we should have 6 stitches there. We'll just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next we'll do a second stitch into that last loop there. So just do a second stitch there. And now we'll come back the other side. So we don't want to have a single loop at the top, because if you crochet into it like this, you'll leave a gap.
The way to get rid of that gap is to cross over 2 pieces of yarn. So we're going to cross over this one and this one. And the way you can do that is to go into the next piece of yarn, like this, and come back into the one you're needing to use. That way we've crossed over 2 pieces of yarn at the top there. So yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops, the same as you normally do. So this is the next stitch here, the one that we borrowed to use in this stitch. So we're going to go in here, but we're going to borrow the one from ahead. So borrow that one for a second, come back into the stitch you're needing to do here. It is helpful to pull it on with your fingernail. This is a habit I developed when I learned how to crochet at 4. It was very difficult as a child to do that, but it helped a lot. So here's the stitch we're going to use, and we're going to borrow the one ahead, just one piece of yarn, and come back into the stitch that we're needing to do. I dropped it. There it is. So come back into the stitch you're going to use now. Then yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops. So we've done 3 stitches now, we need 3 more. So go into the one 2 steps ahead, come back to the one you're needing to use, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. And there's one more we can do this with, so there's one to go ahead and borrow from, and then you come back to the space before, the one that you're needing, and now there's none ahead because that's the end of the row. I've missed a piece. I'll do that again. Get into the one ahead, catch all the pieces of yarn, go into the one behind, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. And for the last one we just have a single loop, the same as we did up the other end. So we're going to put our hook through that last loop there, and we're going to do 2 single crochet stitches there, the same as we did at the other end. So there's our first round. See how neat the stitches are when you put them together close like this by using 2 strands at the top of each stitch. It pulls it nice and tight together and you end up with no gaps. So just check your stitches, you should have 14. Insert a round marker, and for round 2 we'll do 6 single crochets and an increase repeated twice. You should have 16 stitches at the end of the round. So just do those first 6 stitches and I'll meet you at the increase. So here we are, we'll do an increase in here. And then on the way back I'm going to trap that yarn tail because I didn't do it in round 1. So here we are, we'll do 2 stitches here to trap that yarn tail, keep it taut. And then I'm going to skip 2 stitches where that knot is. So just tuck it behind and go ahead 2 more stitches. Yours will be different to mine because I'm sure we haven't got our knots the same length. And then in the next 2 stitches I'm going to trap that anchor loop. So there's one, and there should be enough space for one more stitch there. Yep, there's plenty. So I'll trap that in there. And you can see it's nicely trapped, so I don't have to sew it in, and it won't ever come undone because it's got a nice knot there. And in the last space we'll do an increase. So round 2 was 6 single crochets and an increase repeated twice. So there's the start of our little jaw. You can see how nice and neat that is and how tightly closed that centre is. Move your round marker up for round 3, and in this round we'll do 6 single crochets and 2 increases repeated twice. You should have 20 stitches at the end of the round, and your increases are going to be on either end. I'll meet you at the start of round 4. Move your round marker up for round 4, and in round 4 we're going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 20 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 5. We're going to increase on either end of round 5. So in this round we're going to do 8 single crochets and increase, 9 single crochets and increase, and 1 single crochet. That's to make sure the increases end up on either side of the round.
There should be 22 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of our partial round 6. For round 6, crochet 21 stitches and leave the last space empty. We're going to use that space once we start crocheting this part into the rest of the face part. I'll meet you towards the end of this round. So there's stitch 21, and we're going to use this part to crochet into the face. So just set this aside now and we'll make the muzzle part of the face. If you're worried about it coming undone while we temporarily put it aside, you can pull your yarn through the center there, but we'll need to undo it later, so don't pull that tight. We'll be using that loop to crochet this part into the rest of the muzzle. We've made our nose tube and lower jaw, and now we'll make the muzzle part. We'll create this shape as we crochet. The sides are the same length, the base is narrower, and the top is wider. We'll make that part now. Open a new packet of yarn for the muzzle part of the face and start with an anchor loop in the end of your yarn. So we're going to do a magic ring of 6 single crochet stitches. You'll need a new packet of yarn because the yarn from the previous packet will be used to finish off the inside of the mouth. So make 6 amigurumi style single crochet stitches for the first round in the magic ring, and don't pull it closed yet. I'll meet you at the start of round 2. Now pull your magic ring closed gently but leave a space in the center. If you pull it tightly, it's too hard to crochet round 2. Insert a round marker, and for round 2 we're going to increase in every space, so you'll have 6 increases. Make sure you go behind both the front and back parts of that loop, and don't trap the yarn tail. We're just going to leave it behind for this round. You're going to need it later to tighten it after we've finished round 2. So just do an increase in each space. You'll have 12 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 3. Round 3 is where we start to create this face shape. So the top side is longer than the bottom side, and the sides are the same length. We're going to be able to achieve that by what we do in round 3. Please follow the instructions exactly as I've given them. First, we're going to close the magic ring. So note which way the yarn is going around your circle. Mine's coming out this way, so it's coming around this way. So I'm going to pull that nice and tightly shut, pulling in that same direction. Then put the hook in ready to crochet. There's several things to do here. Then move your round marker up for the next round. And we're going to tuck in that yarn tail as we crochet as well. So first, we're going to do an increase. So in that first space, do an increase. 2 stitches in one space. I usually wait until the second space to trap that yarn tail, so we'll trap that in now. So in the second space, we're going to do a single crochet stitch and a single crochet stitch in the space after it. That'll be one side of the face. Then we'll do an increase in the corner here for the top of the face. So 2 stitches in one space. We'll pull that yarn tail taut every now and then to keep it secure. Then we're going to do 3 single crochet stitches across the top. You need to keep that yarn tail taut so that as you crochet the stitches you don't make it come loose. So this will be the top part of the face, and then an increase in the next space. So that'll be the other corner of the front of the muzzle. Then we'll do a single crochet in each of the next 2 spaces, and I've reached my anchor loop knot here, so I'm going to tuck that behind now for the next stitch. So just tuck that behind. You'll meet yours at a different spot for sure. And in the next space, it's an increase for the other corner of the muzzle. And then there's just 1 single crochet left in the round, and I will start securing that anchor loop from here. So crochet through the anchor loop when you meet yours, and we'll need to put a few more stitches in the next round into that anchor loop. So round 3 should look like this: 2 single crochets each on the side, 3 single crochets on the top, and 1 single crochet at the bottom, and an increase each on all of the corners. This should give you the shape that you need to make the face. Move your round marker up for round 4, and in this round, wherever we had an increase in the round before, we're going to do 3 single crochet stitches into that one space. But first we need to do a single crochet stitch in the first space,
and we need to trap that anchor loop as well. So wherever you meet your anchor loop, trap it into the stitches. So we're up to the previous increase here, and we're going to do 3 single crochet stitches into that one space. I still have my anchor loop to trap here, so I'm going to do a few stitches into that anchor loop as well. So I think that's almost full now. I'm going to do one more stitch into that anchor loop there. So that's 2 stitches in one space, and now I'm going to do one more, and this time I don't need to trap that anchor loop. So next we need to do 3 single crochet stitches, 1 in each space, until we get to the next corner. So now you can just ignore that anchor loop and the yarn tail. You don't have to sew it in later, it's all done. So here we are at the next increase, so we need to do 3 single crochets into that one space. So there's 2 and 3, and across the top we're going to do 4 single crochet stitches, and then we'll repeat down the other side. So 3 single crochets in the next increase from before, 3 single crochet stitches down the side, 3 single crochets in the one space that was our increase down the bottom, and 1 single crochet at the end. You'll have 24 stitches at the end of the round. Please remember to count them, otherwise it will really stuff up your pattern later. I won't waste your time showing you all the parts that you can see. We're just repeating on the other side, so I'll meet you at the end of this round. So at the end of round 4 you should be able to see your shape starting to develop there. It's wider across the top, the sides are the same length, and it's narrower across the bottom. And on the other side you can see that the anchor loop and the yarn tail from the magic ring are crocheted in there into the stitches, so you won't have to worry about sewing in any yarn tails at the end, and you won't have to worry about it ever coming undone. Move your round marker up for round 5, and in this round when we do increases we're just going to do a regular increase with 2 stitches in the one space. But to start off this round we're going to start with a single crochet in each space for the first 2 stitches. You can see last time we did 3 stitches for the increase. We'll do the increase in the first space. As you crochet, your work can twist a little, and by crocheting into that first space we can stop it from becoming wonky. You don't want your cow to have a wonky face. So there's a regular increase there, so 2 stitches in the one space, and then we're going to do 5 single crochet stitches in the next spaces. So I'll speed that along and meet you at the next increase. Here we are already, so we're going to do an increase in that first space again from the 3 that came from the increase in the previous round, and then we'll do 6 single crochet stitches across the top, and then you just do the same down the other side. So the pattern for the rest of the round is an increase after the 6 stitches you're doing now, then 5 single crochet stitches, an increase, and 2 single crochet stitches. You'll have 28 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 6. For round 6 we need to do the 3 single crochet increase again. Move your round marker up, and we're going to do 3 single crochets, so 1 in each space. So there's 1, 2 and 3. And then in the increase from the previous round we're going to do 3 single crochet stitches in that one space. So there's 1, 2 and 3 in the same space. That will give us a nice sharp angle there for the front of the face. And we'll do the 3 single crochets in one space increase for each increase at the corners of the face. So next you need to do 6 single crochet, 1 in each space, and then the 3 single crochet increase into one space, then 7 single crochet stitches across the top, then another increase with 3 single crochets in the one space, 6 single crochets, 1 in each space down the other side, an increase with 3 single crochets in one space, and then 2 single crochets at the end. So here we are at the second increase here, and I'm just putting the 3rd stitch in there. It makes a nice sharp corner, and now we'll just go straight across the top. So keep following the pattern. You should have 36 stitches at the end of the round. Please remember to count them, and I'll meet you at the start of round 7. Move your round marker up for round 7, and we're going to start off with 4 single crochets, 1 in each space. In this round we're going to do the same as we did in round 5 with a regular increase in the first stitch from the increases of the previous round. So here we are, there are the 3 stitches from the previous round. We'll go into that first one and do an increase. So just 2 stitches in one space. Then we'll do 8 single crochet stitches across the side, and the same thing again up in the top there, a regular increase in that first space. Then we'll do 9 single crochet stitches across the top, an increase, 8 single crochet stitches down the side, an increase, and 3 single crochets across the bottom. You should have 40 stitches at the end of the round. This is the last round for the flat front part of the nose. In the next round we're going to add the nose tube, the nostril, whatever you like to call it. Here we are at the end of round 7, and you can see that by alternating the 2 and 3 increases, we've been able to keep the front of the face nice and flat. We're going to crochet the nose tube into the next 2 rounds. It'll have a nice seamless design because we'll crochet it straight into the rounds, and you won't be able to see where it's joined at all. Get your cow's nose tube and double check to make sure you have the right side of the stitches on the inside. So this is the wrong side here on the outside, and it won't be visible. It'll be inside the cow's head. So you can see that the stitches on the inside match the stitches we've got on the front of the muzzle. We're going to crochet the nose tube to the top edges of the muzzle. It looks a little large, but once you add stuffing, it's going to be the perfect size. Move your round marker up for round 8, and we're going to start off with 5 single crochet stitches, 1 in each space. This is the last round we're going to be doing increases in every corner. So when you get to the end, this is the 5th stitch here, we're going to do an increase in the next space, and we're just going to do a regular increase, so 2 single crochet stitches in the same space. I'll show you every step for this whole round, otherwise it could get confusing. So after you've done that increase, do 3 single crochet stitches, 1 in each space, and then we'll start adding the nose tube. So there's 2 and 3. Then we need to get our nose tube, and it doesn't really matter which side you start crocheting it into. I'm just going to put this side with the yarn tail at the back. So go through the front muzzle part, and then go through any stitch into the nose tube. Make sure you go behind both the front and back stitches there. Then do an amigurumi style single crochet stitch, and we're going to do 6 of them all together. So we've already done 1, so here's 2. Just be careful as you crochet them together that when you're crocheting through the nose tube part, you get both the front and back parts of that loop at the top. And here's 4, 5, and 6. It should be the stitch before the increase from the previous round. So you can see, I'll just pull that large so you can see what we've done. So we've just crocheted in just one part of that nostril. You can see straight through now. It's a bit hard to see through once you've stuffed the nose. So it's crocheted on there with 6 stitches, and now we're going to go around the top and then attach the other side. We'll do an increase into the previous increase at the corner of the head here, the face, corner of the face. Then we'll do 10 single crochet stitches across the top. And I'll just whiz through this part so I don't waste your time. After you've done the 10 single crochet stitches, we'll do another increase. It's in the increase from the previous round. So do 2 single crochet stitches in the top of that stitch. And then we'll start attaching the nose. So press the nose, it keeps its shape quite well, so press it straight across so that you're in the right stitch so that it's not twisting too much. So I'm going to go into this stitch. I'll just compare to where I did before, and I'm going to go into this stitch here, I think. Just check and make sure that that's not going to cause twisting. I think it should be fine. I always second guess myself. Maybe I'll do one up higher because it does naturally curl a little, so I'm going to let it naturally curl so that it doesn't twist later. So again, we'll do 6 single crochets down the side. So remember, you're going through both the muzzle part and the nostril part, going through the front and back of each stitch. That's the third one. 4, 5, and 6. So just check again, make sure you've done 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check the back, make sure you're satisfied with whether it's twisting or not. You don't want that to twist. It does naturally twist with the stitches. Right-handed goes one way and left-handed goes the other. So you just make sure that that's sitting nice and flat. So the work probably will twist here, but if you keep it in line with the way that it's twisting, then it's not going to distort your work later. So it should look like that. And then we keep going in our round. So after you've added the nostril, you need to do another 3 single crochet stitches, the same as the other side. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to do an increase in the corner into the increase we had before. So there's our increase, 2 stitches in one space. And then there's 3 stitches left in the round, and we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So there's 1, 2, and 3. And at the end of that round you should have 44 stitches. It's very advisable to count your stitches and make sure we're on the same page, or otherwise the rest of the face will look funny. I'm modelling good crochet protocol here for you. Please count your stitches, otherwise it could be disastrous later. Move your round marker up for round 9, and we're going to crochet around the front and the back part of the nose tube. So we're going to do 10 single crochet stitches. Here's 1, and I'll speed through those so I don't waste your time and slow down when we get to the nose tube. And 10. And then we're going to move over to the next space in this tube part. So we crocheted into this space to join them together, so we're going to go into this space. We're going to do a single crochet here and keep it tight so that you won't have any gaps there later. See, that's nice and tight there. And there are 8 stitches across here, so we've done 1, here's 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, that's where my yarn tail is, 5, I'll do it again, 5, that's where my invisible end is. I want to go down into the loop below that so that it doesn't come loose. So there's whatever number I was up to. Was that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes. And here's 7, and I'm going to trap that yarn tail. 7. And here's the last one, 8. You can see there's 1 left in there. So there's 8. And in the top, here's the increase from the previous round. I'm going to go into the stitch before the increase, or the start of the stitch for the start of the increase. Does that make sense? I'll show you just a minute. There we are. So that's the increase there. It's this side of the increase. So we'll crochet across the top. So that was 1. Here's 2. I didn't crochet my anchor loop into the last stitch because I want to crochet it down the side. I don't think it will be noticeable across the top, but with all the play you never know. So I'm going to crochet it down in this side when we go around in the next pass. So we've done 2 single crochet stitches here and we need 14 across the top. I'll speed it up now so I don't waste your time, and I'll meet you on the other side of the top of this nose. That's the center of the increase from the previous round. And because your work twists as you work, I'm not going to go into the next space after the increase there. I'm going to go straight back down into the tube for the nose here. And there'll be 8 stitches across the tube here. And I'm going to trap this yarn tail a little up here and then twist it back down again to stop that invisible end from stretching open, because I didn't sew any ends in because I don't like sewing, as you know. So I'll crochet that down a little bit. So I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches, and now I'm going to start hooking the other end of that yarn tail in as well. So I'll have both ends of the yarn tail in there. And this is the stitch before my invisible end, I think. And you can see, because there's 2 lines there, that's where my invisible end was, and I'm going to go down below the second line. That way it won't cause any stress there to make a gaping space. Now I'm going to stick this behind for a minute because of that knot. And we need to do 8 stitches. It's a bit difficult to explain which one of these to do, so just count backwards. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to go into this stitch here. So there it is, nice and closed there. And we're going to do 8 stitches now across the bottom. And I'm going to trap my anchor loop now because I've gone past that knot there. So just crochet into the anchor loop, and then I don't have to sew any of those ends in. So keep trapping your anchor loop for as long as you've got space in the loop. Your loop, of course, will be slightly larger or smaller than mine, so just make it fit your loop nicely. You can see on my loop here that I have space, a little bit of space for more. Don't do so much that you distort your work. So if you stretch the loop too much, you're going to distort the work. So that should be fine for mine there, and I'll keep going to the end of the round. And you should have 48 stitches at the end of the round. Please double check your stitch count for this round. Move your round marker up for round 10, and in this round we're going to do a single crochet in each space except for the top corners of the nose. So start off with 17 single crochet stitches, and I'll meet you where we're going to do the decrease. So single crochet 17 stitches, and then the top corner of this nostril and the first stitch after, we'll crochet those 2 together into one space. By decreasing here, we'll help to pull the face in so that you get a nice shape around the top corner of the muzzle there. So next we're going to crochet 12 single crochet stitches, and I'll meet you over on the other side at the top of the other nostril. So we've just crocheted 12 stitches across the top, and then we're going to crochet the last one in the top part and the first one in the nostril part together. And then it's just a single crochet in each space for the rest of the round. You should have 15 single crochet stitches to go. And you'll have 46 stitches at the end of the round. I've crocheted in this yarn tail, but I forgot to do the one on the other side. I'll crochet that into the next round. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of each round, and for the next 4 rounds, rounds 11 through 14, we're going to do just a single crochet in each space. You should have 46 stitches per round. By doing a single crochet in each space, you're going to be able to start shaping the cow's face. So just do a single crochet in each stitch. You should have 46 stitches per round, and I'll meet you at the end of round 14. If you didn't crochet in the anchor loop in the last round, I'm sorry, I forgot. Please crochet it into this round. In the next round, we're going to start attaching this lower jaw part.
First we'll make the face part ready and then we'll do the lower jaw part. So move your round marker up for round 15 and we'll start off with 18 single crochet stitches. Then we'll do an increase in the top corner of the face, 12 single crochet stitches across the top, another increase in the other corner of the face, and then 12 stitches down the other side. Don't crochet into the last 2 spaces of that round. I'll just whiz through all these single crochet stitches and I'll slow down to show you where to put the increase. So we've just done 18 single crochet stitches and you should be roughly at the corner of the nose here. And here we're going to do 1 increase. So just do 2 single crochet stitches in one space. The increase should be just on or just below the corner of the nose there. Next we need to do 12 single crochet stitches across the top here, and then I'll slow down and show you where to put the increase on the other side of the face. Now we're on the other corner of the face and we're going to do an increase in that next stitch there. So just 2 single crochet stitches in one space. And then we're going to crochet 12 stitches down the other side. But before we get to the end of the round, we're going to start attaching that mouthpiece. So please leave the last 2 spaces with nothing in them. I'll just zip through those 12 stitches and meet you at the end of this round. You should have 2 empty spaces here at the end of your round. Pull out a big loop like this and set it aside while we get the jaw part ready. When we finished the lower jaw, I asked you to stop 1 stitch before the end. Move your round marker across to the hook and we'll skip that stitch in the middle. We'll call this point the end of the round from now. So we've only moved the round marker across just 1 space, and from now we're going to crochet 11 single crochet stitches. I'll just speed through these so I don't waste your time, and I'll meet you at the end of 11 stitches. That should be just above the increase from 2 rounds ago. Now we're going to take the face part, and I asked you to end your crocheting 2 stitches before the end of the round. So we'll start crocheting from that first empty space and we'll crochet across 8 stitches. So take out the round marker and do your first single crochet stitch into that first empty space. The pattern for these 8 spaces is 2 single crochets and an increase repeated twice and 2 single crochets. It should look like this when you're finished: 2 single crochets and an increase, 2 single crochets and an increase, and 2 single crochets. You should have 10 stitches altogether in that section. Turn your work over and turn the lower jaw part back. Now we're going to crochet into the space that has the round marker in it. So just pull the round marker out of there and crochet into that space. You'll have 11 stitches across on this other side of the jaw, so 11 and 10 is 21, so we're going to do rounds of 21 stitches. So now you need to crochet around and around for 14 rounds. We're going to end on this end, so you don't really need a round marker. Just keep crocheting around and around for 14 rounds and stop on this side when you're finished. I've just finished crocheting the 14th round, so it should look like this. So you've got a big tube there for the tongue to go into, and we're not going to crochet the tongue in right now because that will make this too heavy to crochet with. We'll crochet that in later. So I've pulled the yarn through the loop like this, and I've cut off quite a long yarn tail. It's about 130 centimeters or 51 inches long. You'll need it to crochet across the top when we're crocheting the tongue in. And also we'll make another row across the top so that once you've crocheted everything in, children playing with the tongue can't pull this inside out and mess with your stuffing in the head. It's easier to crochet if you tuck this throat down in behind the nose tube. That'll keep all of the bits out of the way as you crochet the next rounds. We'll insert a round marker here because we can't really have a round marker in the center of the mouth, and so our new rounds will start from this point. We've used this first stitch here as part of that tube, but I'm going to crochet into that space again. This is to reduce the stress on the corner of the mouth if you have children playing with it. In the next round we're going to decrease there. Crochet across the next 11 stitches in the bottom part of the lower jaw,
and I'll meet you at the other side of the jaw.
So here's the last empty one here. And here's the corner stitch that we've used as part of the mouth tube, and I'm going to crochet into that one as well. So you're going to have 2 extra stitches there, and that's to reduce the stress on the mouth if children start playing with this. So go into the next space across in the head that doesn't have any stitches in it, and from here we'll crochet a single crochet in each space all the way around to the end of the round.
That'll be another 40 single crochet stitches. So at the end of the round you should have 53 stitches.
This is round 17 and it will be the last round in this colour. We did an extra stitch in the corner of the mouth to give less strain to this when children are playing with it. So now we're going to reduce a stitch here. So decrease in the first space by crocheting those 2 next stitches together.
Then do 10 single crochet stitches across the bottom part of the jaw, and I'll meet you on the other side of the jaw. So here's the 10th stitch, and we're going to decrease by joining those next 2 stitches together. So crochet into the front of each of those stitches and do a single crochet stitch to join them together. Now we'll do a single crochet stitch in the next 38 stitches, and in the last stitch we'll do a slip stitch. You'll have 51 stitches in this round, and for the next round we're going to do a colour change. Here's the last stitch in the round, and we need to do a slip stitch. Then we'll snip off a yarn tail and do an invisible end. The colour change system is the same one I developed for the legs, so just go forward 2 spaces and then come back to the loop the yarn's coming from and into the back of the loop below. Pull the yarn until your loop is the same size as the loops around it, and then we're going to make an anchor loop the same as we did for the legs. So just make a loop in the end of your yarn like this and snip off the yarn tail. You don't need to sew in the yarn tail. Even though this looks like it's going to gape, it won't, because as we crochet the next round we're going to crochet over the yarn tail and through the anchor loop, so it will be nice and secure. So now the muzzle part's all finished and ready to go for when we make the colour change in the next step. The next part to do is from the colour change, so we'll crochet up here from the colour change up to the top of the head. This is round 18 of the face, and we're going to do a colour change. Start by making a small anchor loop in the end of your yarn. Make a loop using a slip knot, and we're going to crochet into the second bar down from that invisible end. As I said before, if you crochet into the top of that invisible end, you can have your work gaping. So pull that nice and neatly, and we're going to go into that second bar. You can see from the other stitches there's only 1 bar, so it's easy to see which one we're talking about. So go into the second bar down, and we're going to start crocheting there. Remember, we're using amigurumi style stitches. I almost made a mistake there, and the first stitch is always a little difficult. Crochet over both of those bars and the yarn tail from the light colour. For this round we're only going to use single crochet stitches, 1 in each space. You should have 51 stitches at the end of the round. Remember to give your yarn tail a tug every now and then, because it can come loose as you poke your hook through the stitches. When you get close to the knot in the yarn tail, tuck it behind so you don't make a bump in your work. So I'm nearly there, 1 more stitch. And now I'm going to tuck that behind so I don't make a bump in my work. It doesn't want to go behind, there it is. So crochet forward 2 or 3 stitches depending on where the knot is, where the bump is in your yarn tail, and then crochet through both the work and the centre of that anchor loop, and that way you won't have to sew anything in later. It's already nice and secure, it won't come undone, and you won't have any little bits of yarn poking through after people play with it for a long time. So when you crochet into the anchor loop, make sure you fill it full enough so that it can't loosen and gape at the other end, but not so tight that it distorts your work. I can fit 1 more stitch there in the end of mine without distorting it. And now I don't have to worry about sewing in any yarn tails, it's all done and the end won't gape there. So now all we need to do is a single crochet in each space all the way around. You'll have 51 stitches at the end of the round.
I'm up to the last stitch here in round 18 and I haven't trapped the yarn tail yet into the stitches because I don't want to risk it showing through in this lighter colour. I'll trap it in the next round. We won't trap this other way because we could cause a little gap there, but for this last stitch I do want to trap it so I can pull that end down nice and neatly. So go through this stitch and trap the yarn tail as you crochet through. Oh, that's a little tight. That was the slip stitch. Try again. So just trap that yarn tail into only that last stitch and we'll trap the rest of the tail as we crochet around the next round. So we'll need to insert a round marker here and this will be the start of round 19. For round 19 we're going to do 2 increases up in the top of the face. So the pattern is 24 single crochet stitches and an increase, 13 single crochet stitches and an increase, and 12 single crochet stitches. You'll have 53 stitches at the end of the round. I've jumped forward the 24 stitches and your increase should go here roughly at the top corner of the face. Then we'll do 13 stitches across the top and an increase on the other side of the face. I've jumped forward to the other side of the face and your increase should be about here on the opposite corner of the face. Then it's just a single crochet in each space to the end of the round. If you're using my anchor system so you don't have to sew in any ends, just keep an eye on where you're up to in the end of this round and make sure that you crochet in that anchor loop. So I need a couple more stitches here before I get to my anchor loop. Yours of course will be in a different spot to mine. So mine will start in the stitch after this. So I'll just crochet into the center of that anchor loop there. You can judge by just stretching it out. Remember that your work will stretch a little after you stuff your cow's face. So don't crochet it so tight that it's going to distort. My anchor loop is quite small, so I can only fit 2 stitches in mine this time. Depending on how big you've made your anchor loop, you'll be able to fit more or less in there. Now we're up to the knot, so we're going to just crochet in only into the stitches for the next 2 spaces, so that that knot sits behind our work and doesn't create a bump. So I've crocheted past the knot now and I'm going to crochet around that yarn tail on the other side here. So that's the end of my round now and there should be 53 stitches. So if you have a look in there you can see that my yarn tail is already crocheted in, the anchor loop's crocheted in on that side and the same on the other side, so this won't come undone. And I don't have to sew in any yarn tails. Can we just pause for a second to appreciate just how cute this little face is? It took me so long to design this. I really hope you like it as much as I do. Remember to move your round marker up for each round and count your stitches, otherwise we won't be making the same thing. And in the next 2 rounds, rounds 20 and 21, we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So you'll have 53 stitches per round, and I'll meet you at the end of round 21. In round 22, we're going to increase in 3 points. We'll increase in the top corners, and we'll increase in the center of the mouth down here. So remember to move your round marker up, and we're going to do 6 single crochets, then an increase, 17 single crochets and an increase, 16 single crochets and an increase, and 11 single crochets. You should have 56 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 23. I'm just going to interrupt the process here to show you what I do when I have to join my yarn. I'm onto the 3rd ball here, and I've tied 2 knots in the yarn with a little anchor loop in the center there. I also happen to be at the increase here as well, so just crochet forward as normal. When you get to the knot, just tuck it behind. If you crochet over top of that, you're going to make a bump. So don't crochet over the top of that, just tuck it behind, and we'll crochet forward 1 stitch. Then in the next space, crochet through the center of that little loop that you've made by the 2 knots. I've made mine quite small, so I can probably only fit 2 stitches in there, maybe only 1. Let's see. Yes, I can fit 1 more stitch into there. So it's the same as for the anchor loops. Don't try and squeeze too many stitches into the loop, or otherwise you'll distort your work. One way you can test is after you've done your stitch, give it a little tug on both sides and see whether that's stretching nicely. Mine's quite nice there. You can see that the ends are crocheted in nice and neatly, so I don't have to sew anything in, and that's always a bonus. So with the next stitch, just tuck that knot behind and then continue crocheting. So that's how I change my yarn, so I don't have to sew anything in later. Move your round marker up for round 23, and this time we're going to start with an increase. Then do 12 single crochet stitches, an increase, and 42 single crochet stitches. You should have 58 stitches at the end of the round. So in this round we're increasing at the bottom part of the jaw on either side. I'll meet you at the start of round 24. Round 24 is an easy one. It's just a single crochet in each space all the way around. So do 58 single crochet stitches and I'll meet you at the start of round 25. For round 25, we're going to do an increase in each corner of the face, if faces have corners. So the pattern is 16 single crochet and an increase, 10 single crochet and an increase, 18 single crochet and an increase, and 10 single crochet and an increase. You should have 62 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 26. Rounds 26 and 27 are easy ones. It's just a single crochet in each space. You'll need 62 stitches per round. I'll meet you at the start of round 28. For round 28, we're going to do increases on the corners of the face again. So this time the pattern is increase 16 single crochet, increase 12 single crochet, increase 18 single crochet, increase 12 single crochet. You should have 66 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 29. Move your round marker up again for round 29, and in this round we just have a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 66 stitches at the end of the round. We only have 2 more rounds to go, then we make the flap for the back, put everything together and make the little grass patch in front of the cow. We're nearly there. I can't wait to hear what you think of your squashed cow doorstopper. My family and I really love ours. Move your round marker up for round 30, and in this round we're going to do increases at the top side of the head again. So do 33 single crochet stitches and an increase, 18 single crochet and an increase, and 13 single crochet. There'll be 68 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 31. Move your round marker up again for round 31, and this is our last round in the head. We just need to do a single crochet in each space, and we'll do a slip stitch in the last space. So do 67 single crochet stitches and a slip stitch. There'll be 68 stitches in the round. We only need to make the back flap now for the head, so I'll meet you there. So here we are at the slip stitch. Just do a slip stitch in the last space, then snip off a yarn tail. It doesn't need to be terribly long, and pull that yarn loop large to pull the yarn through. We'll end that off later when we're doing the flap for the back. You don't need to do anything else for now. So that's your face done. Doesn't it look amazing? It's been so fun designing this cow. I really hope you're having fun making your own cow. Before we create the back flap for the head, we need to crochet in the tongue. Be careful which side is facing up. I prefer the side that was facing me when I was crocheting to be up. You could use the reverse side, but it doesn't look quite the same. So insert that into the cow's mouth and right through the back of the throat, and we'll crochet it into the center of that section at the end there. So I ended the 14 rounds by just pulling the yarn through that last loop, and now I'm just going to insert the hook here, pull through a loop and make a chain, and then go back into the same space, into the back space, and crochet both of those together. Then I'm going to crochet across another 2 stitches, closing both the front and back parts here, crocheting them together to seal the back shut so no fluff or anything can get stuck in there. And through the 3rd stitch, so I'll just crochet across 3. Then we need to crochet into all 3, so into the front part, into the side of the tongue. There's the side of the tongue there, and then into the back. and crochet through all 3 parts. Oh, I missed a bit of my stitch there. I've got stringy yarn. So then we'll go to the next part, into the next part of the tongue, into the next part of the back. Actually, I'm going to pull that yarn tail out of the way there and crochet that through all of those. Then into the next part of the front, the next part of the tongue, the next part of the back, and crochet through all of them. And one more time into the front, into the side of the tongue, and into the back part here, and crochet all of those together. It can get stuck sometimes, so just be patient, it'll work. And crochet 3 more stitches there to close it all off, crocheting through both the front and the back. If you align the back of the throat there to the stitches in the base of the head, you can see that they're almost in line with the back there. So what we're going to do is crochet 1 more row so that they will be aligned, and this also prevents anyone from, if they're playing with the tongue, they can't pull that and pull that actually inside out. That would be a disaster. So we'll crochet 1 more line across the back here to bring it up in line with the rest of the stitches that we're going to crochet together. So start with a chain stitch on one side and just 2 single crochet stitches to the other side. When you get to the end, pull your yarn tail through the loop on your hook. Thread your yarn tail through the stitches to where the tongue yarn tail is and tie it off, then thread it through a few more stitches and tie it off again just to be secure. You need to make sure that you're tying off on the top side of the tongue, the side that's going to have the stuffing, because you don't want your ends to be sticking out of your work later. The last thing to do now is to make the flap for the back of the head. And as you know, I don't like sewing, so we're going to crochet it in as we make it. And just before we close off, we'll stuff the head. So it should look like that in the end. It's nice and neatly crocheted together the whole way around, just by making a flap across here and crocheting it in as we go. We'll crochet the back flap between these 2 points. There'll be 22 stitches across and 12 rows down. The first thing to do is to find the right point to start in. We'll count around 34 stitches, starting from the loop that the round marker's in. So count around 34 stitches and we'll start crocheting from this point. Get ready to crochet this part by making an anchor loop on the end of your yarn and a slip knot on your hook. Insert your hook into space number 34 and then do 22 amigurumi style single crochet stitches across the top. I'll meet you at the other side of this row. So that's 22 stitches across the top of the head, and now we're going to turn around and come back. But I'm going to crochet it in as I go because I don't want to sew later. So put your hook through the next space and pull on a loop, then into the next space and pull on a loop. So you have 3 loops on your hook now. Use that last loop to pull through the other 2 loops. So just pull that through nice and neatly. Turn your work over, skip that first loop and start working into the next one. You'll need 22 amigurumi style stitches across every row. So please count your stitches at the end of each row. It won't look great if it's not even. I'll meet you at the other side. We join the same way, but it looks a little bit different because we're working from a different angle. So I'll meet you at the other side and show you what to do. At the end of row 2, turn your work over and put your hook through the next space from the outside to the inside. Pull through some yarn. It is a little difficult to do it at this angle. Then go into the next space and pull through another loop. So you'll now have 3 loops on your hook. Pull the last loop through the other 2 loops. This is helping you to grow up the side so that it's nice and even. Turn your work over, skip that first loop and crochet into the next loop. It's directly above the first one we made. I'm also going to trap the yarn tail in here. So trap your yarn tail if you're doing it this way. And there's the knot already because I made a very short one. So I'm going to crochet forward with that tucked behind for the next 2 stitches. So there's 1, 2, just to get past that knot. Then I'm going to crochet into the center of that anchor loop. And I'll crochet in 2 stitches there. And then we can just forget about it because it's all crocheted in nice and neatly and it won't come undone. So you won't have to worry about sewing anything in later. So there's the second stitch.
And you can see that that loop's nice and full. You wouldn't want to put any more in there or it would distort your work. So keep crocheting across 22 stitches and I'll meet you at the other side. It can be difficult to find your last stitch there, so please do count and make sure that you have 22 stitches in each row. So I'll show you again how to do this side after I've done this stitch. So there's number 22. Now go forward to the next space in the side, put your hook through from the outside to the inside, pull through a loop, go to the next space and pull through another loop, and then pull that last loop through the other two loops. Then turn your work over. Actually, I think it would look better in your stitches if you turn under. Skip that next space and then crochet into the space after that. So we're working on row 4 here, and if you're anything like me, you might like to keep a note of what row you're up to. I find it much easier to count rounds than rows. And remember, we need 22 stitches per row. And again, it's neater if you go from the outside. So turn your work around like this. And starting from the outside, go in through the next space. So we've already used that one, so we go through this next one, up here. Pull on a loop, then go through the next one and pull on a loop and use that last loop to pull through the other two loops. So in effect, you're basically sewing it into the side as you crochet along. So that's a relatively neat stitch. And then just repeat all of that until you have 12 rows. I'll see you when you've finished 12 rows. So here I am at the 12th row. I've just finished 12 rows there. And when you get to the end of the 12th row, you still need to do those 2 stitches that join the back of the head to the side of the head. So pull through a loop, then go in the next space and pull through another loop, and then pull that last loop through the other 2 loops. And now you should have exactly the right number of stitches, both top and bottom, to crochet that all together. We're going to stuff the cow's head next, and then we're going to crochet those 2 parts closed. So pull the yarn on your hook into a large loop so you don't accidentally pull it undone while you're stuffing the cow's head. You only need a small amount of stuffing into the lower jaw of the cow's head. So just put a little bit of stuffing in there and make it slightly rounded. It doesn't need to be solidly stuffed. So just put a little bit in there, about that much. It looks very cute. And then put a small amount of stuffing underneath the throat part as well. It doesn't need very much there at all. Then we'll stuff the rest of the head. You don't need to put any stuffing between the front of the face and the nose tube. We'll just stuff the rest of the head. You need to put quite a lot of stuffing in there. Over time, stuffing does settle down and your cow will look a bit sad and squished if you don't put enough in there. So put it in quite firmly and check for any little dents in the face. Now that the front is stuffed quite firmly there, have a look and you'll be able to see that that nose tube on the front and that front part of the face looks quite good without any stuffing in there. It also gives you space to play with the nose. Keep stuffing the cow's head until it's nice and firm, and then turn it on its side and you can roll it like this. That'll spread out the stuffing and you'll be able to identify any little dents in the face. You can see here on the right that I have a little dent here, so I'm going to add a little extra stuffing in that position and fill that part out so that it doesn't have a dent there. Now it's time to crochet the back of the head closed. We'll crochet into a set of stitches up from the top and a set of stitches from the bottom and do an amigurumi stitch to close them. We'll crochet across the first 8 stitches, and you need to crochet behind both the front and back loops of each stitch. Don't use front only or back only. You need to go through all 4 strands. So that takes me across 2 stitches from the mouth part. So I'm not going to crochet into the first 2 stitches there. I'm going to crochet into the 3rd. So we go through the top part. I need my hand down there. Through the top part, through the 3rd stitch here, and through the bottom part. And we're going to crochet all of that together with an amigurumi style stitch. By crocheting the back of the throat here into your stitches, it'll stop anyone from pulling
the tongue and pulling the throat inside out. We'll do the same for the next 6 stitches. So here's 2, then 3, through the top, through the mouth, through the base, and crochet all that together with an amigurumi stitch. I'll speed through the next 3 so I don't waste your time. And I'm not going to crochet the corners in. We just need to make sure that that stays nice and solidly closed. And you can see you can't see the colour on either side. It's nicely crocheted in there, and now all we need to do is crochet to the edge. So the top and the base, and crochet it together with an amigurumi stitch. You can sew this closed if you prefer sewing, but as you know, I don't like sewing, so I'm just going to crochet it all together. Before you finish right to the end, just check and make sure you have enough stuffing and adjust if necessary. Here's the last stitch with that tricky one on the end, so make sure you get that neatly, and the stitch in the base of the head. Crochet them together with an amigurumi stitch. Then snip off a yarn tail and pull the loop on your hook large to pull it through. Then we'll tie off with that yarn tail that we had from the back of the head. Just tie it off twice, and then we'll sew the yarn into the stitches. I sewed the yarn tails in one at a time because I wanted them to come out in different points of the neck, but you could sew them through all in one step. When you've sewn the second yarn tail through, pull it tight to pop that knot into your work there, so you won't be able to see it anymore like this. I'm going to leave these yarn tails here because we might use them when we're sewing on the head, and if not, we can trim them later anyway. That's the head part done now, and we didn't need to do any sewing, we could just crochet it all in. Next we'll make the body. We'll crochet as far as we can before inserting the ball because it's a little difficult to crochet around a solid ball. Then we'll crochet the rest of the body. We'll crochet the legs in as we go. If you're planning to stuff your cow with some other heavy stuffing, crochet up 8 or 9 rounds into the neck and then start filling the centre before it becomes too hard to reach. Remember, you need your stuffing to end here so that the neck is flat under the door. First, tie a loop in the end of your yarn, and we're going to use that as an anchor for the magic ring. Wrap the yarn around your fingers, put your hook through the centre and pull on a loop. Get ready to crochet and do a single chain. We'll start with 8 amigurumi style single crochet stitches, so put your hook through the centre, yarn under and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. So we're going to do that 8 times. Here's the second one. And it's easier to crochet into your magic ring if you can keep it taut. My loop here is a little large, so I'm going to pull that closed just a little to make it easier. So here we are on our 5th stitch. So there's 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now when you close the magic ring here, don't pull it completely closed, it makes it too hard to do the second round. So just leave a little gap in the centre there so that your stitches are easier to do, and insert a round marker before you start round 2. And in round 2 we're going to do a pattern of an increase and a single crochet repeated 4 times. So put your hook behind both the front and back parts of that first stitch and do 2 single crochets in that one space. Then move on to the next space and do a single crochet. So that's the pattern, and we need to repeat it another 3 times all the way around that round. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. This tutorial is for intermediate crocheters, so I'm not going to waste your time by showing you every stitch. I'll jump forward to the next round. So make sure you count your stitches at the end of the round. You should have 12 stitches. I'll meet you at the start of round 3. After you've checked that you have 12 stitches, we're going to close the magic ring. You can see the yarn tail is coming around this way, so pull it closed in the same direction. Don't pull against it or you could break your yarn. So pull that nice and tight, and when you're satisfied that it's closed enough, we're going to crochet that yarn tail into round 3. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of each round. In round 3 we're going to do an increase and 2 single crochets repeated 4 times. So here's our increase, that's 2 stitches in the same space.
So after that increase, we'll do a single crochet in the next space and we'll trap the magic ring yarn tail. Then we'll do a single crochet in the next space and keep trapping that yarn tail. And that's our pattern: increase, single crochet, and we'll repeat that 4 times. So keep trapping the yarn tail as you go around. So here's my increase, then there's a single crochet, and as I've said before, as you're poking your hook through, you're loosening this, so keep it tight as you go around. Give it a tug every now and then. So here's our second single crochet, and next we need an increase, but that's where we meet the knot, so tuck that behind so you don't make a bump, and don't crochet it into the next space. That's our increase. So you'll meet yours at a different point to mine, and just be careful not to crochet around that knot. My knot is still close to this stitch, so I'm going to ignore the yarn tail for this stitch. And then for the next stitch, I'll crochet into the center of that magic ring anchor loop. So there's my increase, single crochet, the next space is an increase, and I'll go there and into the center of that magic ring anchor loop. And this is my increase. And you can see there's still a little bit of space left in the anchor loop, so I will put the next space through the anchor loop as well. And I should have enough then. So if you have a look there, you can see that that's nicely filled. It's not stretching any funny way, so it's not going to distort the work, and we can ignore that from now on. So you won't have to sew in anything at the end, and you can be assured that your magic ring won't come undone. So that's the end of round 3, and you should have 16 stitches at the end of the round. So count and check to make sure, and move your round marker up to the next round. In round 4, we're going to do an increase and a single crochet repeated 8 times. The increases won't be on top of a previous increase. You can see the increases here from the previous round, and we're just going to do a single crochet stitch in there. If you stack your increases, you're going to make points rather than a circle, and for this one we want a circle. So we'll do an increase, a single crochet repeated 8 times, and don't put your increases into the top of a previous increase. It shouldn't fall that way because that's how I've designed the pattern, so if you're following my pattern the same as it's written, you shouldn't encounter an increase below. If you have, please go back and check your work because it shouldn't be there. So here's the next single crochet, and it's in the top of an increase from the previous round, and then the next one is the increase. So you can see my shape is nice and round, and that's what you want. So keep repeating that pattern, an increase and a single crochet to the end of the round, and I'll meet you there. You should have 24 stitches at the end of the round. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of the round, and in round 5 we're going to do 5 single crochets and then an increase, and we'll repeat that 4 times. So there's the first one, so 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's 5 single crochets, 1 in each space, and then we'll do an increase in the next space. So here's our increase, and you'll need to repeat that another 3 times, so 5 single crochets and an increase. You should have 28 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 6. In round 6 we have a little bit of a interesting way to crochet. I don't want to put increases very close to the previous increases, so we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 in each space. So here's 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do a pattern of an increase and 6 single crochet 3 times. So like this, an increase, and then you'll do 6 single crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and repeat that 2 more times, an increase and 6 single crochets, and then there'll be an increase and 3 single crochets at the end. So I'll speed through this bit and then show you the end.
and then we'll have an increase, and there'll be 3 single crochets left. Remember we did 3 at the start, so there's your 6. So there's 3 single crochets left here. 1, 2, 3. You should have 32 stitches at the end of the round. Make sure you check that you've got 32, then move up your round marker. And in the next round we're going to do an increase, because that's halfway between our increases from before. We'll start with an increase and do 7 single crochets, and we'll repeat that pattern 4 times. So there's an increase and then 7 single crochets. Yay for the speeded up version so I don't waste your time. So I'm just doing 7 single crochet stitches there, and I'll meet you at the end of the first set. So that's the pattern, increase 7 single crochets and do that another 3 times, so 4 times altogether, and I'll meet you at the end of the row. You should have 36 stitches at the end of this round. Your work should be starting to shape now in the shape of a ball, and we'll keep going with round 8. We need to stagger our pattern again in this round so that we don't have increases above increases. So we're going to do 4 single crochet stitches to start with. So here's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we're going to do a pattern of an increase and 8 single crochet stitches repeated 3 times. Then we'll do an increase and another 4 single crochet stitches. You should have 40 stitches at the end of the round. So just follow that pattern and I'll meet you at the start of round 9. At the end of that round you should have 40 stitches. Please count and make sure. And then for round 9 we're going to do 2 single crochets to start. And then we're going to do an increase and 4 single crochets times 7. So here's an increase and then 4 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the pattern to repeat the increase and 4 single crochets. Repeat that 7 times altogether, so another 6 times, and then there'll be an increase and 2 single crochets at the end. So I'm near the end of round 9. I've done my 7 repeats of an increase and 4 single crochet stitches, and the last 3 stitches it's an increase and 2 single crochet. So here's my increase, and then there's 2 single crochet, 1 in each space. At the end of this round you should have 48 stitches, so please count them and make sure you haven't made a mistake. It's easier to fix it now than later. And we'll move the round marker up to the next round. So we had 48 stitches at the end of that round, and now for round 10 we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. So there'll be 48 stitches in this round as well, because we'll just do a single crochet in each space. So I'll meet you at the start of round 11. Don't forget to count and check that you have 48 stitches in this round. For round 11 the pattern is to do an increase and then 5 single crochets, and we'll repeat that 8 times. So there's our increase and then 5 single crochet stitches. So that's the set, an increase and 5 single crochet stitches, and we'll repeat that 8 times. At the end of round 11 there'll be 56 stitches, and I've put a marker here in stitches 25 and 27. Later on when we put the legs on we're going to put a tail roughly here, so I'm putting a marker there now so that I'll be able to find it easier later. Move your round marker up to the next round, and we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So all the way around, and there'll be 56 stitches. So just do a single crochet in each space and I'll meet you at round 13. I forgot to say I've tied this in so that it doesn't accidentally pull out as I'm crocheting around the round. You don't have to worry about it too much, but when you do get to there, make sure you don't crochet into that marker. It doesn't really matter because we'll just cut it and pull it out anyway, but it might change the shape of your stitches if you're using a piece of yarn that's too big.
Remember to use very narrow pieces of yarn for any markers that you're using. So just keep going and do a single crochet in each space until the end of the round. At the end of round 12 you'll have 56 stitches. Make sure you count them to be sure that you're up to the same spot as me. And in round 13 we're going to do 4 single crochet stitches to stagger where our increases are again. So just do 4 single crochet stitches like this, and then we'll do a pattern of an increase and 6 single crochets repeated 7 times. So there's an increase like this, and then we'll do 6 single crochets. So here I'll do it quickly. So this is the part you need to repeat here, the increase and 6 single crochets. We need 7 of those all together, and then there's an increase and 2 single crochets at the end. So I'll meet you where we need to do the increase and the 2 single crochets at the end. So I've done my 4 single crochet stitches and then the 7 repeats of an increase and 6 single crochet stitches all the way around. And now there's just these 3 spaces left, and we'll do an increase and 2 single crochet stitches. So remember we did 4 at the start and we've done 2 at the end, so this is 6 stitches apart as well. At the end of round 13 you'll have 64 stitches. Make sure you check. And in the next round we're going to add the legs. Make sure that you check you're adding the back legs, not the front legs. They're quite different in size. So put your front legs aside and we'll have our back legs ready to crochet in so that we don't have to sew them later. In the end we're going to have a cloven hoof like this, but if you do that now then you have to worry about where you're putting that cloven hoof as you crochet the legs in. So we're not going to do that now. That's the very last thing that we do when we're making the cow. In round 14 we're going to crochet in the legs as we crochet around. That way we don't have to sew them in later. The pattern is just for a single crochet in each space all the way around, so you don't need to worry about any increases. And we'll start off with just 10 single crochet stitches, then we'll attach the first leg. I'll just speed through this part so I don't waste your time, and I'll meet you at stitch number 11. We're going to fold our leg in half and crochet it into the next 6 stitches around the body. So just fold it in half at the top, and I'll show you how to do that now. I don't like having this invisible end right on the corner, so I'm going to turn it so that that invisible end, which is here, is not going to be the first stitch on the corner. So this will be my first stitch on the corner here, and I'm going to crochet through that second last stitch and the stitch next to it, and then into the body part, and do an amigurumi style stitch through both of those stitches. Then we'll go into, this is the invisible end, we'll go into the stitch below, and we'll go into the stitch behind, and we'll go into the body part and do a stitch there. Then in the next stitch, this is the third one, we'll crochet them all together again, and I'm going to get that yarn tail out of the way now because we don't need more bulk here. Now we'll do the fourth one. So remember you're going through the front side and the back side and the body. This is just so we don't have to sew it in later. Like I said, I really don't like sewing. If you prefer to sew them in later, of course, that's totally up to you. If you want to do it that way, please do. And here's the last one. So you're going through this stitch and through the stitch behind it and into the body. So that should be stitches 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There are 26 stitches between this leg and the next leg, so crochet along and that will be stitch number 42 if you're counting all the stitches in order, or just count ahead 26 stitches from this point. I'll meet you there. So we've just finished the 26 stitches after adding that leg. So this is stitch number 42, and we're going to attach the leg into stitch number 43. And I'm going to do the same as before. This is where the invisible end is, and I'm going to start in the stitch before the invisible end. So that's the invisible end there. I'm going to go into the one before it, and remember we need to go into the one behind it as well, like this. So there's the 2 stitches we need to go through, and we need to go through stitch number 43 in the body and do an amigurumi style stitch. Then we're going to go down into the stitch below the invisible end, into the next stitch in the back part, into the body part, and do an amigurumi stitch there. Then here's the third one. I'm going to trap that yarn tail just for 1 stitch, go into the back space, into the body, and then do another single crochet stitch, and into the next space and the space behind it. Have I got both of them? That yarn tail's in the way. There it is. And we'll go into the one behind and into the next space in the body, and this time I'm going to get that yarn tail out of the way. We'll crochet them into the next round. So pull that all through. This is getting a bit bulky for this size of the screen. I might need to make it bigger. So into the next space. There it is. And one more. And we should have 16 stitches left in the round, so do another 16 single crochet stitches, and I'll meet you at the end of the round. Check and make sure that you have 64 stitches and you haven't lost any stitches attaching the legs there. And in the next round we're going to take care of those yarn tails. I've tied an anchor loop on the yarn tail from that side, and now I'm going to tie one on this side. You want to make the loops as small as possible and the yarn tail as short as possible. So I'm going to use a hook here to try and make that loop quite small. So just pull the loop through, and then we'll cut off the yarn tail. And we'll crochet into that loop as we crochet into the next round. For the next 3 rounds, rounds 15, 16 and 17, we're going to do a single crochet in each space. That'll be 64 stitches per round. Don't forget to move your round marker so you don't lose your place. But I'm just going to show you first how to trap those yarn tails when we get to the legs. So I'll meet you when you get to the legs. We're going to crochet the yarn tails in for the legs the same as we did for making our magic rings. So my yarn tail starts here, so I'm going to hook that over my work and just crochet it in as I go across. So there's 2. I think I can fit a 3rd stitch there. I don't want this yarn to be able to come sticking through here, so I'm going to turn it the other way and crochet in through there. Then the same as before, this is where the knot is, so I'm going to go past that and just hook that behind while I crochet past the knot. So I'll do 2 stitches there past the knot. And then I'm going to crochet into the anchor loop here. So remember, I don't want this facing the work so that those little bits can stick through. I'm going to tip it up the other way. So that's going to be tipping, you can't see it, I'm sorry. So that's going to be tipping up that way so that it'll be facing the ball that's inside. And I'll crochet through the top of this anchor loop here. That will force that to tip up the way that I want it. So we'll crochet through there. And as you can see, I can probably fit another at least 1, but maybe 2 stitches there. So I'll do 1 and check. Just remember that when you do put something inside your body, whether you're putting stuffing or a ball or anything else to make it heavy, it will stretch a little, so make sure that this is not too full. So if I put another one in there, I think it's going to be stretched too tight, so I'm just going to leave it as is. And ignore that now and keep crocheting across. And we'll do the same thing when we get to the other leg. Just a reminder of the pattern, you're working on round 15 right now, and 15, 16 and 17 are just a single crochet in each space. I'll meet you at the start of round 18. That's the end of round 17. You should have 64 stitches in the round. Please check to make sure that we're all on the same page and move your round marker up. In the next round we're going to add 4 stitches. So we'll do 15 single crochet stitches and then an increase and repeat that 4 times. I'm sorry, 15 is a bit annoying to count, but we need to add them evenly. So just do 15 single crochet stitches and then do an increase and repeat that 4 times. You'll have 68 stitches at the end of the round. So that's what our repeat looks like. There's 15 stitches and an increase, and we'll do that 4 times. For the next 5 rounds, that's rounds 19 to 23, we're going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 68 stitches per round. So just do a single crochet in each space and I'll meet you at the start of round 24. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of each round. I've just finished round 23, and if you look at the ball I'm going to be using, there's a centre here that you can see. The other side of the centre is slightly larger. So if you put the ball inside what I'm making here, you can see that I've passed halfway now. So I'm going to start reducing just a little at a time. So for the next round we're going to do 15 single crochet stitches and then a decrease. So we'll basically work in the opposite direction from what we did to grow the ball. We're going to reduce on the other side. So we're going to do 15 single crochets, just the same as we've been doing, and then a decrease. So I'll just do those 15 stitches very quickly, sped up version, and then I'll show you how to decrease. So there's 15 single crochet stitches, and now we're going to decrease by going into the front of the next 2 stitches, just the front loop only, and crocheting those together into 1 stitch. And we'll repeat that pattern 4 times, so 15 single crochets and a decrease repeated 4 times. At the end of the round you'll have 64 stitches. So I'll meet you at the end of the round. For rounds 25, 26 and 27, the next 3 rounds, we're going to do a single crochet in each space. There are 64 stitches in each round. Please make sure you count your stitches so that we're all on the same page. And I'll meet you at the end of round 27. Move your round marker up for round 28, and in this round we're going to do 6 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that pattern 8 times. You should have 56 stitches at the end of the round. So the set is 6 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that 8 times. So you need to do that 7 more times. For rounds 29 and 30, we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 56 stitches per round, and I'll meet you at the end of round 30. So just neatly do a single crochet in each space for 2 rounds. In round 31, we're going to do 5 single crochets and a decrease. And we'll repeat that set 8 times. My ball only just fits inside now, so after I've done a couple of decreases, I'll test the ball out. I'm going to try and put the ball back in again and see if I can still squeeze it in. It's much easier to crochet without the ball inside, so I try and last as long as I can without the ball inside. Haha, I think this is the last time. I have to squeeze it on like that. So I'm almost halfway around the ball and I can only just fit the ball in now. So I've moved the camera angle so that you can see it better. I'm up to a decrease. So from now on, we're needing to crochet with the ball inside. And because my ball is so heavy, I'm going to crochet it while it's sitting on the table. I've made a lot of these and this is the easiest way for me to make them. So we're doing 5 single crochet and a decrease. So you just stretch it out as you're crocheting. So you can make a gap about that far away from the ball. If you hate how close this is and you're planning to make another one again, you can add 1 extra round in the middle here, but I like it to be nice and flush because after a while it stretches anyway, so I'd like the ball to be nice and flush from the start so that as it stretches it doesn't get too floppy. It is a little tricky just for the next 4 or 5 rounds, and then it becomes easy again.
So just persevere because it really is worth it in the end. This is such a fun design. I hope I'm allowed to say that about my own design, but I really love it. It is so cute. At the end of this round, you should have 48 stitches.
I'm still on round 31 here, and I've just come to the end of a full ball of yarn, and I wanted to show you how I join my yarn here. It's not pretty, but I think it's the best choice for when you're dealing with something so heavy like this.
I'm not willing to take the risk of any knots coming undone, so I make an anchor loop here. So you just tie 2 knots and leave a loop in the center, the same as we've done for the other anchor loops before, and crochet that into the work as you crochet along. I'm almost finished filling the anchor loop here now, and I just wanted to point out that by doing this,
that gives less stress onto the knot back here. So this knot back here is going to get a little bit of less stress because we've got that anchor loop there helping to hold it all together. So there was my decrease, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I should be ending on a decrease. That's the end of round 31. And you should have 48 stitches in that round. So move the round marker up for round 32. And in 32 we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. So there should be 48 stitches at the end of the round. So it is a little tight, depending on what ball you use. I also have some bocce balls here. My bocce balls are just a little smaller. If you were to use a bocce ball with this pattern and this size yarn, then you might like to cover them with a little bit of stuffing or something like that. But I wanted to make a lawn bowls ball because they're so much heavier and they have a nice flat side. Of course, you can use anything you like to fill your doorstopper.
I've had some fun feedback from people who've made my original design of the Squashed Frog Doorstopper, and they've used all sorts of items, such as a weight ball they bought on Amazon that's exactly the right size. Someone else used a tomato container for the fridge, filled with 2 hockey pucks. It's just so cool, all the different things people have used, so let your imagination run wild. And I'd really love to hear what you've used in your doorstopper. For round 33 we need to stagger the start of those decreases to get them between the decreases from 2 rows ago. So here are the decreases there, and we want it to be in the middle. So start with 2 single crochet stitches, and then we'll start our pattern of a decrease and 4 single crochets in the set, and you need to repeat that set 7 times. Then at the end there'll be a decrease and 2 single crochet stitches. You should have 40 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 34. Remember to move your round marker up for the start of the next round, and 34 is another easy one. It's just a single crochet in each space. You should have 40 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 35. Move your round marker up for round 35, and this time we're going to do a pattern of 3 single crochets and a decrease, and we'll repeat that pattern 8 times. You should have 32 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 36. Round 36 is another easy one. It's just a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 32 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 37. For round 37, we're going to do 2 single crochet stitches and then a decrease. So here's 2 single crochet and then a decrease. The goal for this round is to put a decrease at the front and a decrease at the back. So we'll just decrease twice in this round. So there's my decrease there. And then we'll do 14 single crochet stitches and a decrease, and then 12 single crochet stitches to the end of the round. You should have 30 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at the start of round 38. Move your round marker up again for round 38, and in this round we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 30 stitches at the end of the round,
and I'll meet you at the start of round 39.
Move your round marker up for round 39, and this time we're going to do a decrease in each edge.
So the pattern for this round will be 9 single crochets, then a decrease at one edge, 13 single crochets and a decrease at the other edge, and then 4 single crochets. You should have 28 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 40. It should be getting much easier now that we're crocheting away from the ball. So move your round marker up for round 40, and for the next 14 rounds, that's rounds 40 to 53, we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. You'll have 28 stitches per round, but I'll just pause for a moment at round 43.
I'm up to round 43 now. If you're planning to fill your squashed cow with something besides a ball, you'll need to fill it now. Some people use stockings or tights or something like that, and then they fill it inside with all sorts of different things. If you're planning to do that, then you'd probably need to do it now. If you're going to crochet any further up, it will be too hard to reach in there and tie off whatever you're filling it with.
For round 54, we're going to increase on either side. So we'll do 12 single crochet stitches across the front, an increase, 13 stitches across the back, an increase, and then a single crochet. You should have 30 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 55. Move your round marker up for round 55, and we're going to do a single crochet in each space. So this is an easy round again, just a single crochet in each space. You should have 30 stitches at the end of the round, and I'll meet you at round 56. I've calculated the total length you'll need for the cow's neck based on a standard door of 3.5 centimetres or 1 3/8 inches. So the total length of the cow's neck will be 9 centimetres or 3.5 inches. If you have a non-standard door, you'll need to add 5 centimetres or 2 inches more than the width of your door.
In the next round, we're going to add the legs. So move your round marker up to the next round. It is a little tricky because we're going to add the legs, which have 6 spaces to crochet through, in 3 spaces on this side and 3 spaces on that side. And then, if you can see, we need to do 3 spaces on this side and 3 spaces on this side. There'll be 2 in this round and 1 in the next round that will join that leg too. So just be aware that this is going to carry on over the next round.
We'll start by doing 10 single crochet stitches across the front here, and I'll speed this section up and show you what happens when we get to the edge and attach the leg.
Now if you fold your legs in half, you can see that I have 3 stitches left here. So I'm going to do 3 on this side and 3 on the other side as I attach the leg. I'll do it the same as we did for the back legs. So I'm going to start in the stitch before the invisible end. You can easily tell the invisible end because it's got like a double top there. So I'm going to go into the stitch before that. It's a little tight. And the stitch immediately behind it. So you can see this stitch and this stitch here. I'm going to go through both of them. And I'm going to go through the next space in the cow, in here. Then yarn under and pull through a loop, same as we've normally been doing, and then yarn over and pull through a loop. So there's the first stitch. Now for the second stitch, this body makes it hard to show you. So remember that we've got the stitch up here that's our invisible end and the one below that we've gone over. I'm going to go into the one below. And then we're going to go into the next space at the back. We just used that one, so we're going to use this one. Can you see that? I'll try again. So this is the space we used for the last stitch, so we're going to go into the next space across and the next space across in the body. Yarn under and pull through a loop through all of those pieces. Get this yarn tail out of the way. And then finish your stitch. Then it's easy from there on. You just go into the front one, the back one, and the body, and do a regular amigurumi stitch, nice and tight. Then again the same thing through the front part, through the back part, and through the body. then just do a regular amigurumi single crochet stitch. And we have 2 more in the front part, in the back part, in the body part, and then crochet through all of that, and the last one through the front loop and the back loop that's on the corner there, and through the body, and crochet it on. That's what it looks like there, nice and neatly crocheted into your work. Now we'll turn it over and we'll do 9 single crochet stitches across the back, and then we'll join the other leg. So just go ahead with 9 stitches and I'll show you what to do when we get to the other side. So there's 3 more stitches there before the edge. So we're going to crochet the other leg into those 3 stitches and around the corner in the next 3. So again, I'm going to use the stitch just before the invisible end, and you can see the invisible end because of that double line there. So I'm going to go into the stitch before that. It's a little tight because of the invisible end, and the next stitch behind that. I'll just make that looser by putting it on the hook a little bit there like that, and then through the body. Then we'll do a regular amigurumi single crochet stitch, and remember, when you go across to the invisible end one, use the part of the stitch below here. So that's the stitch from the previous round. Then we'll go into the stitch at the back. Is my finger in the way? Into the stitch at the back, into the body, yarn under and pull a loop through all of that, yarn over and close your single crochet stitch. Now get this yarn tail out of the way, and it's easy now. We'll just go through the front part of that leg, the back part of that leg, and the body, and do a single crochet stitch. And the same for the next stitch, in through the front part, in through the back part, in through the body part, and crochet all of that together. And again, through the front part of that leg, through the back part of that leg, through the body, and we'll do another single crochet through all of that. And now is the slightly tricky part. This is the end of the round. So we'll move the round marker up to the next round, and we'll crochet through the last 2 there in the leg. So through the front and back, which ends up being just your on the corner. Then through the body part, yarn under and pull through your loop, and then yarn over and pull through both loops. So that's the first stitch of round 57, and we need to do another 29 stitches in that round. There'll be 30 stitches altogether. But I just want to show you how I crochet my ends in. So I'm just crocheting forward a few stitches here, and then I'll show you how I crochet the ends in. So there's 2 yarn tails, one from each of the legs here, and I want to tie them together, but you need to be careful that you don't accidentally tie them so tight that you're pulling the arms in together. You need to leave a good space there. See, if you tie it tight like this, you'll be pulling the arms in. So make sure you stretch the arms out like this, give yourself a lot of room, and tie a knot there. You can actually even tie it a little looser than that. Tie those 2 yarn tails together to create a knot, and pull it nice and tight. Check and make sure that it's not pulling your work in, so that can stretch out fine there. Then we're going to tie another knot just to make a small anchor loop again. I really do like these anchor loops, don't I? So just tie another knot there, tie it off tightly. You can snip off the yarn tails, and then we'll crochet that in as we crochet around. Crochet forward a few stitches until you're past that knot in the center, and then start crocheting the yarn tail from that leg in. Once you get past the yarn tail, you can just crochet around to the other side, and then we'll crochet the other end of the yarn tail in the other side. Your yarn tail is going to be at a different point to mine, but mine is just here in the center, and I've crocheted forward 3 stitches. I'm going to crochet 1 more, and then I'm going to crochet through the center of that
anchor loop that I've created. It's just an added measure of safety to make sure this doesn't come undone and no yarn tails are going to be poking out anywhere. So I'm just crocheting through that anchor loop there. I've only got one stitch in there. It doesn't matter, you don't need to have a lot, it's just an added safety measure. Then I'll crochet forward a few more stitches past the knot, and then I'll start crocheting in the back of that yarn tail from the other side. It's just to keep those yarn tails in so that I don't have to sew them in at the end. So when you get there, just crochet that final part of the yarn tail into your work, so hide it between your stitches. And remember, we're just doing a single crochet in each space all the way around, and I'll meet you at the end of the round. I'm going to move my round marker up for round 58, but you don't really need it. We're only going to do 4 stitches in this round. So just do 3 single crochet stitches. So there's 1, 2, and here's 3, and then we're going to do a slip stitch. Can you see what I'm doing? I'm sorry. So that's 3 single crochet stitches since the change in the round marker. That's just to keep that leg nice and neat. I want it to have about the same depth as the other side. So now we're going to do a slip stitch, and then we're going to cut off a really long yarn tail. It's your choice, you can either crochet or sew your head to your neck later, but you'll need plenty of yarn to do that. Now pull the loop on your hook nice and large and keep pulling until the yarn tail pops through there, and then we're going to do an invisible end. If you've pulled that last loop a little too tight when you pulled the yarn through, just stretch it out to be the same size as the other stitches using your needle. And now the last thing to do is the invisible end. Step forward 2 spaces from where the yarn was coming from, put your needle through there and pull the yarn through. Don't pull it too tight. Then go back to the loop the yarn's coming from and put your needle through that loop and through the back leg of the stitch immediately below, and pull that big long yarn tail all the way through, and we've finished the body part for now. You can also take out the round marker, we don't need that anymore. Later we'll add the tail and we'll do the cloven hoof for the feet as the very last thing we do in the whole pattern. The back part of your cow should be done now. All that's left to do is to sew on the ears, the eyes, the horns, and crochet the neck and the head together. Next we need to get the ears ready to sew onto the head. We'll need to make a tube with the bottom part of the ear to make it look more like a real cow's ear. And we're going to sew it onto the edge of the head like this. I'll show you how to sew it on the opposite side so the ear tag won't get in the way. You might want to sew the ear tag side first because the ear on this side needs to curl in the opposite direction. All we need to do is sew small stitches about the same size as your crochet stitches to join 3 rounds of crocheting together. I tried to follow the line of stitches up to the next round and then sew straight across to a space on the opposite side using the same round. I'm very good at getting tangled, so please ignore my sewing style. Then go back into that same space and back through on the other side in the same space to create a stitch there. Then I'll go across back to that same space again and up to the next round. Then sew across back to the first round and down to the base. So we're essentially just sewing up 3 rounds and joining that together in a tube. Then we'll sew it all to the head. So we're sewing down here so we can get back to where we need the yarn to be to sew it onto the head. I've used pins to hold the ear in place. You can freehand if you prefer. So the position you need the ears is up in the top corner of the head, just sticking straight out from the top. I've designed the tube style ears to make it look more realistic and to prevent the ears from sagging. You can sew on the ears however you like, but this is how I prefer to sew them on. So I sew into a space behind the front and back loops of the bottom of the ear, then down into a space or a peg in the head below, then up in through the inside of the ear, through the next space along, behind both the front and back loops of that next stitch, then go across to the next stitch and go in behind the front and back loops of that one too. Go down into a peg if possible, a gap if that's what's available, but try to use more pegs than gaps because it will keep your ear nice and secure. So as I go around, you can see that I'm doing every second stitch because you're moving across
one stitch each time. So you can see that I've sewn into that one and not that one. I will be sewing into that one. That just means you'll need to go around twice. That way you're sewing into every stitch and keeping your ear very secure. So I'll just speed through that process so I don't waste your time. And I'll point out any special things I've done as we speed through. As you're sewing around, be careful that you're making a nice circular shape for that ear. You can control that by where you're placing your stitches. When you've finished sewing around the first time, you can remove all the pins. Then check which stitches are holding down the ear and sew into the alternate stitches that you haven't sewn down yet. For example, here's a stitch I haven't sewn down yet. So I'm going to sew across into that stitch, then up into the next stitch. So that way we're going to hold down all the stitches. Wherever possible, sew into a stitch rather than a gap, but if there's only a gap below your stitch, use that. You don't want to distort the shape of your ear just for the sake of sewing into one stitch rather than a gap. So here we are at the end, and when I get to the end, I sew into the head part and then out roughly where the horn is going to be. So just sew that yarn tail 6 or 7 stitches through the head and have it exit roughly where the horn's going to be, and then we can tie off the yarn tail from the ear and the yarn tail from the horn, and you don't have to try and figure out a way to tie off your ends. So that's my ear all sewn on. You can sew yours on however you like, but that's the way I like to do mine. So I'll sew on the other ear now. I've sewn on the other ear and one of the horns. Before you start sewing on the horn, you'll need to add a little stuffing. It doesn't need to be too full. And you'll notice that when we crocheted our horn, one side is just slightly shorter than the other. That's because of the way we did the rounds, because they tend to twirl as you're crocheting and spiral slightly to the right if you're right-handed, left if you're left-handed. So what we're going to do is put the longer side down towards the ear so that the horns are nice and flat on the top of the head. Align the back of the horn with the last row before we did the back flap and 3 stitches away from the ear. When you're sewing on the second horn, make sure that it's the same distance from the ear as the other side, that you're using the same line across the front here as the other side, and that you're using roughly the same line at the back. Keep the yarn tail from the ear at the back so that when you tie off, if you don't do a really neat job, it's not as noticeable as if it were at the front. So line it up, pin it on, and sew it on the same way you did for the ear. When you've finished sewing on the horn, tie the yarn tails from the ear and the horn together in a 3 times crossover knot, and then we'll sew up into the horn and then down into the body to get rid of those yarn tails. I'll show you how to do that now. Sew into the same space the yarn tail is coming from and up into the horn. Make sure you come out of a space, not through one of the stitches, because you're going to need to sew back down into that space again. Pull really tight so that the knot pulls into the horn. Then sew back down into that same space and then out through anywhere in the head. It doesn't matter where, and we'll snip that off later. You need to do the same thing with the other yarn tail. The reason we sew up into the horn first is to really make sure that that knot is being pulled inside the work so you can't see it. If you're worried that it's not in enough, you can go in with your needle and pull it in behind your work. Then sew back down through that same space and in through the head anywhere you like. Pull it tight and then we'll snip off the yarn tails. If you pull those yarn tails very tight before you snip them off, you don't have to snip close to your work and they'll pop back inside the head. So pull it nice and tight, then snip away from the work and the yarn tails will pop into the head. Massage it into a nice shape and then we'll sew on the eyes. I gave you 2 samples of eyes you could choose from, the safety eye style and the dizzy eyes. If you're doing the safety eyes, it's quite straightforward. Just stuff in behind the eyes and you need to stuff around that safety pin in the centre. Pin the eyes onto the head and then just sew them on. For this section, I'll show you how to sew on the dizzy eyes. Stuff them quite firmly and we'll sew them on the same way we sewed on the ears and the horns. To make your eyes like the emoji dizzy eyes, you need to have the end of the eye stitching towards the outside of the face. I've just finished sewing on the eye the same way that we sewed on the ears and the horns, and now I'll show you how I end off. First I split my yarn tail in half and then I sew through the space it's coming from and up and down into the head part of the cow and out a space on the other side. Make sure you don't catch any stitches. Then sew back into the same space and down into the head part and out another space on the other side. Then go into that same space again, down into the head part and out the other side again. Make sure you don't catch any stitches, especially on this side. I just caught a little there. There it is. Now get the other yarn tail and go through the same space it's coming through, both at the bottom and the top. Check to make sure you haven't caught any stitches, and then do a 3 tie-off knot. So just cross over once and tie, a second time and tie, and a third time and tie. Thread both yarn tails onto a needle and then go back into that same space in the eye, making sure you don't catch any of the stitches. Pull it through to the back of the head. Make sure you don't pull the stuffing out. And it should look much like this. That's about the position you need to have the eye. I think that looks quite good. Then pull the yarn tail at the back quite tight like we've done before. Snip off away from your stitches. Like that. Oh, I missed a bit. And then it should pop back into the head like this. So now all you need to do is sew on the other eye. Next we'll make a little tail. The way I made the tail was to braid a few strands of both colours into the tail. And then I tied off the end, snipped it off and brushed out the ends. We're going to start adding some yarn around the marker we put when we were making the body of the cow. Before you start inserting, make sure that your marker is roughly halfway between the legs. You'll need to sew 6 pieces of yarn through some of the spaces and some of the stitches themselves, so through the pegs. Just thread the strands through halfway so that you'll have 12 strands to work with. That'll make a nice sized tail, and it'll be strong enough to survive children picking it up by the tail. I'm going to make a 3-strand braid, so separate your colours up into 4 strands per braid strand. That sounds funny. And you can separate them in solid colours like I've done here, or like in my first cow, I've mixed them up so that it's just random. So do whatever you like, and then braid them into a nice long braid and tie off when you have reached how long you want your tail to be. Make sure you tie your knot off very securely. I tighten every single strand twice. I know it's a bit of overkill, but I don't want my knot to come undone. Then flatten it out nice and neatly and snip off however long you like. Then separate the strands so it looks more like hair. We only have a few more steps to go and we'll be finished. Next we'll attach the head and the neck. We're going to centre it evenly across the back of the head. There are 30 stitches in the neck and we're going to use 16 of them on this side and 14 when we crochet back the other way. You'll need to start with a slip knot on your hook. We're going to start crocheting into the 4th space in the join across the back of the head. So count across to the 4th space and put your hook in there. Fold the body part in half and we're going to crochet into 16 stitches across the back. So make sure you choose that evenly. It should be just slightly on the top side of the join in the arm. So we're going to crochet across 16 stitches and we're using regular single crochet stitches, not amigurumi style, so the V-shaped ones. So crochet through both the head part and the body part, and we're going to join all of those stitches together. Use all of the stitch, so both the front and back parts of each loop, so you're joining 4 strands together. Don't use only the front loops or the back loops. You need this to be very secure. You'll probably find sometimes people pick up the cow by the head, so it needs to be as secure as possible. We're actually going to do this 3 times. We'll go across here now, then we'll join across with the other side of the neck part, and then we'll crochet all that down together. So it is going to be very secure. So keep going with this row and I'll meet you at the end of this side. I've jumped forward to the last stitch on this side. This is the 16th stitch and you can see that there are 3 spaces left on the head side and I'm halfway through the leg on the other side. Joining the pieces together like this makes a nice seamless design. Now we're going to crochet the other side of the neck, and I've made an anchor loop where the yarn tail was for the neck. Unfortunately, I made it a little bit too long, so I'm going to have to adjust how I crochet it in there. If you count the spaces left on this side of the neck, you should have 14 spaces.
And when you check the other side of the neck, you should have 15 spaces. So we're going to crochet into the next space around on the neck, skip the space that we had just made on the other side, and go into the next space on the other side and crochet them together. So we're crocheting into the spaces on the other side of the neck and the spaces we just made when crocheting the head and the neck together. Be careful when you make your yarn tail anchor loop that you don't make it too long. I'm going to have to adjust here because I've done it too long. So I'm just going to crochet it in there and then turn it back so that it should be able to fit in all my stitches. So just keep crocheting across, one stitch from the front side, one stitch from the back side, getting all of the pieces of yarn again the same as we did before, 4 strands in each stitch. So I just want to show you the next stitch after this before we continue. This is where I did my end, my slip stitch at the end, and sometimes it's very hard to get your hook into that space. If you have trouble getting the hook into that space, you can cheat. Get a smaller hook, put the smaller hook through that space and through the space on the other side, pull the yarn through and pop it up onto the other hook. That way you can always get your stitches without stretching too much. So the next one is my invisible end, so remember to go under both of the bars there so that you don't have it gaping later. So I'm going to go under both of the bars, into the next space on the other side and crochet them together. Remember to trap your yarn tail into your stitches, and when you get to the knot in your yarn tail where the anchor loop starts, remember to tuck that behind so you don't make a bump. I usually tuck it behind for 2 stitches like this. Just tuck it inside the work so no one can see it later, and just crochet that past 2 stitches and then into the center of the anchor loop. We're almost at the end, so I'll just keep showing you what I did until the end. So that's tucked in behind, and now I'm going to crochet into the center of that anchor loop and into the other side, so just crochet them all together and into the next space. I've only got 2 spaces left on either side, so into the front, through the loop and into the back side, and crochet that all together. If you have a problem like this, what you can do is to get a small hook and pull the rest of that anchor loop in behind so that no one can see it later. So I'll do that as soon as I finished this last stitch. Hopefully you won't have a mistake like this, but if you do, I'll show you what you can do with that now. So just get a smaller hook, go through your work and hook on the end of that anchor loop, pull it inside the work, let go, and then it's hidden in behind. We're not going to need the yarn tails from the ears after all, so I'm going to sew this end out the same hole the other end is coming from, and then I'll tie them together in 3 knots, the same as I've shown you before. Then I'll sew them both up into the head and snip off the yarn tails. So pull it quite tight, snip them off and massage it into the head part. So we'll continue attaching the head now. You can see a raised row here of what we've just crocheted, and we're going to fold that up and slip stitch across there, attaching the head and that row one more time. It's going to match the other rows across here because it's going to have that little join line, the same as in the back of the head. So it won't be noticeable and it will make the head join that much stronger. So do 1 chain to start and then we'll continue joining together. First we're going to hook the working yarn underneath the cow's head, and we're going to do slip stitches, so keep this one out of the way. We'll put the hook through the last stitch and through the stitch it used to attach it to the head there. Can you see that? So it's going to go into that stitch. That's the last stitch there that we did across. So we're going to go into that space as well. Then on the other side of the cow's head, we're going to hook on a loop. We'll get that yarn out of the way. Oh, I didn't get it out of the way. So we're going to hook on a loop. We're going to pull that loop through the head. So see, on the other side it's pulled through there. Then pull through the stitches from here, and we'll do a slip stitch, so we'll also pull it through the loop on the hook. That first one you might have to hold here to get it on. Then we're going to go through this again in the next space. In the next space in the head neck part here. Then go over to the other side and we're going to hook on a loop and pull it through. It's hard to see. Pull it through the work there.
pull it through the base part and pull it through the loop on the hook. And we'll do that all the way across to the other side. Make sure you don't miss any stitches there, it's easy to do. So hook on, pull it through. It gets easier the further across you go because it's starting to pull that down, so it makes it easier for you. So in the next stitch and the space below it, hook on the other side of the head, pull it through, both the base part and this neck part and the loop on your hook. And so just do that all the way across to the other side. My last stitch is too tight again, so I'm going to use a smaller hook and put it through that side and through the back, hook on a piece of yarn and then pull it up over the hook I'm using. So there it is, and that's the last stitch. Then I'll snip off a short yarn tail, pull that through the loop on the hook, and then we'll tie off. Next we'll need to sew in the yarn tails from either end. There's a little lump here caused by the chain stitch that we made. I'm going to sew through that to hold it down and then into the centre of the work and through a space in the centre. We're going between the top and bottom, so make sure your needle is not sticking out the other side. Then go through a space in the centre there, and we'll do the same thing for the other side. Then tie the ends off here. So with the first tie you just tie it flush, not too tight, you don't want to distort your work. Then tie it again, this time slightly more firmly, and the last time tie it off quite tight. Then sew the yarn tails in the same direction they're coming from the knot, one in each direction, into the back of the stitches so they can hold the yarn tails securely. Then trim them carefully. If you take a look from the other side, you can see those little lines I mentioned from every second row in the back of the head. The slip stitches we just made make another little row that matches in nicely with them. The last thing to do on the cow is to make these little cloven hooves. I'll show you how to make them now. You'll need a piece of yarn about 50 centimeters or 20 inches long, and I'm using an alternate colour here. Insert your needle into the center of the magic ring and then imagine a line coming down here across the top of the front leg of the little cow, and we're going to go into one of the stitches in the last round of the light colour. So don't go through the spaces, go through the stitch itself. That will keep it stronger and stop gaping later. It's a little difficult to pull the needle through there, and it may have been an idea to do this before you put the stuffing in, but it looks so much more effective with the stuffing there. I think it's worth it in the end. We're going to go through the magic ring center again there, but as you go through, make sure you don't trap any of the yarn from either the magic ring or from the other yarn that you're using here to tighten this little cloven hoof. So go through the center there, and then we're going to go back through the same stitch as before, but I'm going to use a different point in the stitch this time. That will prevent gaping, so if you're using the same space you could have some gaping there. So pull that through. It is a bit stiff. Once it's pulled through, tighten up, but not too tight, we need to straighten it yet. So pull it a little bit tighter, then straighten it up so it's in line with that line we imagined earlier. And then we're going to start pulling it tight. Make sure you don't pull so tight that you break your yarn. The yarn I'm using here is pretty indestructible. I haven't been able to break any yet. You'll need to have the second piece of yarn going exactly over top of the first piece of yarn, and we're going to tie a knot as close to the magic ring loop as possible, and I'm going to do a 3-tie knot here. So there's the first tie. I'm keeping it as tight as I possibly can. And I'll just speed that up because I'm sure you have the idea. Here's the second tie and the third tie. Once you've tied that nice and tight, insert the needle into the center of that magic ring again and make sure you don't catch any of the stitches. Go out the back of the leg, anywhere, it doesn't matter, and pull that tight, and then do the same thing with the other yarn tail. It will be a little stiff because the center of that magic ring is getting quite full now. So once you've done that, just check and make sure you're happy, and then use those yarn tails to pull that little knot through the center of the magic ring. You can push it with your thumb if necessary, but keep pulling until it pops through the center like that. I think our little cloven hoof is looking quite cute. Next you need to snip off the yarn tails. Remember to pull it quite tight
and snip slightly away from your work so you don't cut any of your stitches. The yarn should pop inside the leg as you snip it off. You'll need to do the same thing on the other side at the front. This side looks much more like a cow than that side, doesn't it? Make the back legs the same way, only use a line down the centre of the leg rather than along the top. It should look like this when you're finished. Next we'll make the little clump of grass the cow is stretching under the door to eat. We'll make the grass pieces first, and then we'll make the little clod of earth. We'll make our blades of grass using foundation single crochet stitches to start. Start off with a slip knot and chain 2. Then put your hook back into the first loop, the one that was the slip knot. I usually have 2 pieces of yarn above and 1 piece below. Yarn over and pull through a loop. Yarn over and pull through only the first loop. Yarn over and pull through both loops. To make the next stitch, go through both the front and back legs of that end stitch, yarn over and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through only the first loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. And again, go through both the front and back legs of that end stitch, yarn over and pull through a loop, yarn over and pull through only the first loop, yarn over and pull through both loops. You'll need to make 6 blades of grass, ranging from 24 to 28 stitches long. That's about 10 to 12 centimetres or 4 to 5 inches long. I made mine in different lengths to make it look a little more realistic. Just make sure you use an even number of stitches per strip. So make your foundation single crochet strip, and I'll meet you when you've finished this part and show you what to do next. To end off the foundation single crochet strip, I did a chain, snipped off a yarn tail, and then just pulled that loop until it popped through. We'll start the next part with a slip knot on our hook. Put your hook through the first and last spaces on one side of your strip and crochet them together using regular single crochet stitches. Make sure you go under both the front and back loops of each of the stitches, so you're going under 4 strands of yarn here, and single crochet them together. Then move on to the next stitch on both sides, so go through that space and the space in the back and crochet them together too. Keep crocheting along, joining the front and back parts of this strip together, and I'll meet you at the top and show you what to do to crochet over the top and get to the other side. The last 2 stitches on that edge can be a little difficult to crochet through, but please make sure you do. So crochet through them, and then we're going to do a chain. Then do a single crochet into the top of the stitches there and do another chain. Then crochet through another part of the top of that stitch and do another chain, and then crochet the sides together. It's a good idea to go to the other end of that side and check which stitches align with each other. I made that mistake the first piece of grass and had them misaligned and had to do the side again. So just make sure you're crocheting into the right spaces and crochet them together down this side, the same as you did on the other side. So here's my last stitch. I'll just crochet those 2 sides together, then do a chain, snip off a yarn tail and pull that loop until the yarn end pops through. When you've finished making your blades of grass, they should be quite stiff and able to hold their shape. Tie the yarn tails together at the bottom of each blade of grass, but don't cut them off yet. We'll use them later. Your little blades of grass will naturally start to curve towards the direction that was facing you as you crocheted around them. I clumped them together with 3 curves facing out one way and 3 facing out the other way, and staggered how I put the base of the grass together in a group. That way, when you make the little clump of grass in our little clod of dirt, they'll fan out nicely. We'll sew them together like that now. Sew through the second last row of each blade of grass, but stagger where you're sewing as you put them together. If you're sewing through one edge of the first blade of grass, sew through the opposite edge of the other blade and through the centre of the third one. You can see how that causes them to fan out like this. Then, on the way back, sew through the opposite, so through the centre, facing the opposite direction of the first blade of grass, then through opposite edges of the other 2 blades of grass, so they'll fan out on the other side. Then hold them all into position and sew straight through from one side to the other multiple times. Sometimes you'll only be sewing through 2,
like here. Other times you might be sewing through all 6 pieces, but you need to sew them into place so that they won't move around and pull out later. Sew through them all multiple times to keep them securely in that nice fanned out position. Then tie off these yarn tails. Again, I'm doing the 3-tie method, so tie it 3 times nice and tight. Then divide the yarn tails from the blades of grass into 2 groups and tie them together in 2 separate knots. Then snip off the yarn tails. And your little clump of grass part is finished. Next we'll make the little clod of earth. We're going to start with a magic ring of 18 single crochet stitches. It's the same as you've done before, the amigurumi style, so just yarn under, pull through a loop, yarn over, pull through both loops, and you need to do 18 of those around a magic ring loop. Please don't pull the magic ring closed, we're going to need to leave it open quite a lot to fit the grass in later. So I'll meet you at the end of 18 stitches. When you've finished those 18 stitches, close your magic ring only far enough so that you can reach that first stitch. Insert a round marker, and for round 2 we're going to do a pattern of 5 single crochets and an increase, repeated 3 times. You should have 21 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 3. Move your round marker up for round 3, and in this round we're just going to do a single crochet in each space all the way around. You should have 21 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 4. Remember to move your round marker up at the start of each round, and for round 4 we're going to do 6 single crochets and an increase, repeated 3 times. You should have 24 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 5. Move your round marker up again, and for round 5 we're just going to do a single crochet in each space. You should have 24 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 6. Move your round marker up again, and in round 6 we're going to do 7 single crochets and an increase, repeated 3 times. You should have 27 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 7. Move your round marker up again for round 7, and in this round we're going to do a single crochet in each space, all the way around. You should have 27 stitches at the end of the round. At the end of this round we're going to attach the clump of grass. At the end of round 7, draw out the loop on your hook into a large loop so you don't accidentally pull it undone as we attach the grass. Get all the bits of yarn out of the way and draw the magic ring yarn tail out to the outside of the ring. Then insert the grass and the yarn that you used to sew the grass together into the center of that magic ring. Make sure you get the knots down inside and any stitching down inside below the height of that magic ring loop. So just adjust that until you're satisfied that you have everything inside neatly. Then we're going to close that magic ring. So pull it as tight as you can without breaking your yarn. That would be very sad if it broke now. So pull that nice and tight and check to make sure that the stitches are distributed evenly around the top of the magic ring. The brown yarn I'm using is both thick and strong, and I think it's going to be too thick to sew through, so I'm splitting it in half. Please don't do this if you have thin or weak yarn. The goal for the next section is to sew down into the Clod of Earth part and through the grass part multiple times so that you can secure them so they can't ever come undone. The one small problem here is we have lots of yarn tails and we have lots of grass that you can get your stitches caught in. So as you sew, be very careful that you're not catching any pieces of grass like this, and you're not catching any pieces of yarn from your round marker if you're using yarn there. We do still need the round marker for later. So we're just sewing through multiple pieces of grass and up through the magic ring part of the Clod of Earth and backwards and forwards as many times as you're comfortable with. I'm the queen of overkill when it comes to making sure things don't come undone, so I've done it many times all the way around, so I've gone in every which direction to make sure that it's not going to come undone. The speeded up version here is about half of what I actually did. When you've finished, tie off your ends securely. I've tied mine off here 3 times with the yarn tail from the magic ring, and then I'll tie it off with the yarn we used to sew the grass together in the first place. If you're only using one strand for the magic ring part, you only need to tie off here. Tie it off securely. I've done 3 ties again, and then trim it off neatly and we'll start the next round. Turn the earth part back in the right way and get ready to crochet. Remember to move your round marker up for round 8, and in this round we're going to do 7 single crochets and a decrease repeated 3 times. You should have 24 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the start of round 9. For round 9 we'll do 2 single crochets and a decrease repeated 6 times. You should have 18 stitches at the end of the round. By placing our decreases this close together, we're going to get that nice sharp angle at the bottom of our clod of earth. I'll meet you at the start of round 10. For round 10 we're going to do a single crochet and a decrease repeated 6 times. You should have 12 stitches at the end of the round. I'll meet you at the end of this round. Those last 3 rounds of decreases there have made just the right shape to make our little clump of grass be able to sit flat on the floor or on the table, wherever you're going to keep yours. So next we'll fill our little clod of earth with some stuffing. You can fill it with whatever you like, but you need to have something that's very heavy. My daughter discovered that one of the best things to fill anything you want to be extra heavy is to just use some cut up pieces of denim. They're surprisingly heavy when stuffed into a little amigurumi. Stuff as much denim as you can possibly fit into your little clod of earth amigurumi. You need it to be as full as possible so it can be as heavy as possible. Test it out to see how well it sits, and when you're satisfied we'll crochet it closed. Move your round marker up for the last time, and in this round, round 11, we're going to do 6 decreases. So do 5 regular decreases, and for the last decrease make it a slip stitch decrease. I'll show you how to do that when we get to the end of the round. I'll just speed through these first 5 decreases and slow down when we get to the last one. So here we are at the last decrease. Put your hook through the front loops of the next 2 stitches. So there's the next one and the one after. Yarn under and pull through a loop, and use that loop to pull through the loop on your hook. Then snip off a yarn tail and pull the loop on your hook large until that yarn tail pops through. Thread your yarn tail onto a needle, and we're not going to need that round marker anymore, so you can pull that out. And the last thing to do is to sew through the front loops only of the last 6 stitches. I'll speed through that part. And when you get to the end, pull that tight. End off by sewing the yarn tail through your work several times. You can sew behind stitches and between stitches. Just make sure you go through enough times so that there's no way it can come undone. I usually split my yarn in half and sew one half around one way and the other half around the other way. Meet up in a hole like I've shown you before with the other parts, and then tie it off and sew them all through to a different side again and snip it off. So you do it however you like, but just make sure you do it nice and securely. And when you've finished, massage it into a nice shape and then test it out with your cow. Here's my cow. I imagine it's stretching under the door trying to get that tasty looking clump of grass it wants to eat. So that's it, we're all done. I hope you enjoyed making your own squashed cow doorstopper as much as I enjoyed designing it. Isn't it wonderful that God's given us great imaginations, a sense of humour, and the desire to create new things? I'd love to see how your squashed cow doorstoppers turned out. I hope you'll drop by again sometime so I can see you in the next tutorial.